Chaos. Yes.
Oh,
I'm so
man.
organized. Uh,
Hello, lab rats, and welcome back to the laboratory, broadcasting to you from a corporate black site in the outer solar system. How's everybody doing today?
Amazing intro. 10
yes.
out of 10 intro.
Yes, 10 out of 10 intro. I just say, I'm Sylvania, welcome to my forest.
I usually just hop in with pure cold open like chaos.
Yes, perfect. So we have
Oh my god.
the structured person, then we have the semi-structured person, and then
Also,
we
hi,
have the
Tharsis.
chaos
Welcome
gremlin.
in.
Bless. But yeah, shared chat I think is such a good idea whenever Twitch came out with it, because
Yeah.
you don't have to sit there and be confused when somebody is talking to their chat and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna be quiet here and
Yep.
wait. You can actually see what's going on now, so fantastic. um but yeah, so everybody, hello. Shall we do the like proper introductions? I mean, you already done yours,
Yes.
Vivi, but if you want to do a more in detail one for like,
Well, like who I am, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
go
yeah,
for
yeah,
it.
we can start right to left, so we can start with you, Vivi, first.
hmm Hi, my name is Dog Vivi. I'm a mad scientist VTuber and your favorite bratty cyborg cat. I like streaming strategy games, horror games, and RPGs, but really any game that gives me an excuse to ramble at length about science on stream, because I'm also a scientist in real life. I study the field of bioinformatics, which is the study of biomolecular data through the lens of computational analysis.
All right.
Cool.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, that was great.
That
Yeah, that's
sounded,
practiced.
yeah, I was about to say that sounded very practiced, very fluid.
God damn it, I should have
That's
prepped
that's what I
more.
usually say when I get rated.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm like, I should have been more prepared. This is just my Viber all over again.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Well, hello, I am Maeve Morden. I am a dwarven VTuber. My VTuber persona runs a forge where I do art and play video games and all around just interact with you guys. But in real life, I am a scientist as well. I'm a virologist, a molecular biologist focused in virology, I should say. Um,
hmm
and I don't have a PhD. I never wanted to pursue one. Well, actually, that's a lie. I wanted to pursue one, but then I decided I didn't want to pursue one because I was making more money with the masters and all the experience I have, and I didn't want to take a pay cut. All right.
Oh, fair. I
hmm
mean, yeah, that's postdocing is an interesting experience. That's all I can say.
hmm
Um, right. So I'm Sylvania. I'm an Elven Ranger VTuber. I reckon the definition of variety because I do everything from mini building to RPG playing, to like video game playing, to knitting on stream, to trying to do art and failing, to running D&D and like other RPG games. Like I don't think I have a theme, but yeah. So yeah, I'm a full-time scientist. As these lovely gals are here, I've done this standard academic route, which we might talk a little bit more about later. But I think I've been in the same kind of structural biology field
Yeah.
since I was 18.
I was planning on going and getting my PhD this year, but all like the funding cuts have totally
Oh
screwed over
God,
that.
Oh yeah.
the funding cuts. Okay, first of all, my first question: are we okay talking about? Because I know some of you are from the U.S. Are we okay talking about the funding cuts? Because I don't know,
Yes.
what the situation is. I actually have a friend who moved from my department to NIH, and when the
Oh.
funding cuts started,
Oh.
she like panic messaged my old boss, and she was like, "I can't talk over WhatsApp. They're listening." So she's like, "Can we
Yeah.
meet on like a Zoom call?" And
Oh
I was
yeah.
like, "Oh whoa."
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's stressful, yeah. Because she was there on a visa because she's from the UK, so it was like,
Mhm.
oof, it was a whole thing.
It's still a whole thing. We're
Oh
still
god,
seeing the repercussions of the whole NIH nonsense defunding.
yeah.
Oh,
But
anyway.
I feel like
Yep.
a lot. I heard a lot of the private ones came back, but the NIH is still a mess.
Oh yeah.
hmm
Okay.
Which
Oof.
is a
Okay,
shame.
so we're okay to talk about this
Yes.
nightmare. Do we want to? Probably not, but it's okay. One second. Can I need
Yeah.
to?
I'll probably try again for a PhD program admissions next year.
Mm.
To be fair, I mean, as the surprisingly, as the one person here who did a PhD, I'd say it's not as worth it to do one as it used to be. I want to say 10, 15 years ago.
hmm
I think depends on what field you're in. So in my field, the kind of specialized training on a microscope that you need, even in a company, they told me go and do your PhD and then come back if you want to do this. So I had no choice.
Mhm.
but the depending on what you do, it is may not be as valuable anymore. Uh,
Yep.
but I'd say it's a good experience because it is a very different kind of existence that you have for 4 years. I don't know how it is in the U.S., but in the U.K., it's like 4 years of your life where you're kind of a student, but you're really not a student, and you're working, but you're also kind of
Yeah.
not. So, but it was good years, I'd say.
I have a question. In the UK, do they require that you get your master's degree before you get your PhD?
Nope.
Ah,
I've known a girl who literally went straight from 3-year bachelor into a PhD.
okay.
This is a question we
It's
can
the
actually
same
talk
in the
about.
US where
Yeah.
the master's degree stuff is part of the PhD program.
So it
Ah.
usually lengthens your PhD to 5 or 6 years. It's very rare that you see someone getting their PhD in 4, or at least in my
Wow.
experience.
Oh, in the
Mhm.
UK, it's really weird because here they're like, okay, you have exactly 4 years. I don't care how difficult your project is. I don't care what your problems are. You have 4 years, and if you don't finish before then, you don't get PhD.
Oh,
And which is actually hard because you technically have 3.5 years of lab work, and then half a year you're supposed to write. But nobody, because your funding runs out then, and a
yeah.
lot of people get hired
Yep.
as like a lab assistant for those 6 months, so they can in the same lab, so they can like write and get paid a little bit, so they don't starve.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, it's I think, but I'd say one good thing about this system is that the university, your PI, you as a student, and literally everybody's invested that you pass
Yeah.
because if you don't pass, it looks really really bad on the university, and they can't hold you back a year
Mhm.
because you have to pass in 4 years. And so everybody is invested in you passing. So the only thing that stops you is probably the science. But I think the also the requirements for PhD in the UK, you don't need a paper when you graduate. You don't need to
Oh.
be published anywhere. You just need to have like a decent logical story, and like you don't even have to have any
Mhm.
good results. Like if you have all negative results, that's still results. Which I know is very different from other places, but I think that is because they give you only 4 years, and if you're working on something complicated, uh, your cloning takes a year.
Yeah.
Sometimes I've seen people with that problem. I was lucky, but a lot of others in my lab, for example, didn't get anything until their like third year, where they had to quickly rush to finish a paper, to finish writing their thesis, to finish the experiments. It was a whole thing. Um, but yeah. We can actually talk more about that in a second. I keep saying I. Where is that? Is that samplers? No. I'm sorry. I'm being a little bit crazy because every time somebody follows me or something happens, the thing like in my layout, the thing pops up on my face, and I completely
Oh my
forgot
god.
like where to move. I don't remember. I have so many like so many like sources. I forgot which source it was. So I need 1 second to figure it out. You guys can talk amongst yourself a little bit, and I can explain how the questions and answers will be um, in a minute.
Mhm.
Was it-
I just realized my color block
Yes.
was over my chat box. So
There you go.
chat has been showing up on
Ooh,
my
Radikatachi.
Yeah. Well, as you know, it happens. The first 15 minutes is scuff,
Mm.
naturally.
Of course. Of
Yes,
course.
there is no other no other way, no other way the stream goes.
Mhm.
Um, uh, 1 second. Also, if you hear the clicky clacky, that's just my giant long nails on a very clacky keyboard. You're welcome.
Oh gosh,
People
Oh
who don't.
damn.
I couldn't have long nails in my lab. Oh, the way I would
I
be.
have like
Go ahead.
I could, but I have like really thin nails that break really easy.
So I have a hack for that. There's a like a bio builder, which is like gel nail, but it like they don't actually take it off every time you go. They just add it on like top.
Mm.
And actually, I've
Ooh.
realized the nails are so strong I can open like cans with it.
Oh.
Um, and
Oh damn.
I think I never have stuff break through my gloves because it depends on the shape of the nail.
Oh.
They don't have to be too sharp, but they can't be square. You have to have them rounded, and they can be as long as you like. And then it never. When I had square nails, even short, they used to always cut through the gloves. And then I changed the shape. Never had a problem. There you go. I'm in the lab
Amazing.
every day. So, but I mean, it does take like typing and like learning to open Eppendorfs is a
Uh,
skill. To be fair.
I use the side of
But
my thumb
yeah.
for Eppendorf's.
Yeah. So you should be okay with a long nail anyway. Although it is not fun when you're washing stuff and then you drop it and it's in your gloves and then your nail like breaks. Yeah, that is not fun. That is not fun. Oh yes, I actually had chat completely turned off on mine. Damn it. There we go. Let's see it now. There we go. Scuff over. Okay. True start to the stream. Hello, everybody. But yes, gonna explain. Yes, dann så vi se. So this is gonna be an English only stream, even though I stream in English and Russian. I do have one Russian viewer in chat, but I will speak English to him because he does understand. He just refuses to use the language. But which is the case with a lot of my Russian viewers. They're like, no, I get English. I just don't want to speak it. I'm like, come on, don't be so French about it.
I am also English only because it's the only language I actually speak. There's like a couple of languages I understand in writing, but like,
yeah,
it's only English I speak.
Yeah. But yeah, so the way it's gonna work, we have a few starting questions. We already broke the ice with some of our random discussions, but this is just gonna be like a yapping session.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, if the chat has any questions, I would like to please request them to write like question or Q or something in front of your actual question, and then I will add it to I have a spinny wheel that can come up on my stream, but I'm not sure if it can come up on your stream, guys. That's the wrong wheel. I have two different wheels. There we go. I have a wheel that's just gonna pop up in front of us, and then we're gonna pick a question out and then answer it. So if you guys think of something, it can be general. Try not to be too specific, I reckon. I don't know if we'll be able to answer it. We're not Google. We don't know everything. But a more general question we'd be more than happy to talk about, or like it doesn't have to be a question, it could be a topic of discussion, but as long as you put like a Q in front of it, I will know that it's the question that chat's asking and put it on the spinning wheel. There you go. I already have one. That is a perfect format. Thank you so much for that. That's going on the thing. But first we're gonna ask I'm gonna ask a question about how you guys got into science. How did a tiny little Vivi, tiny little Maeve, and tiny little Sylvania ended up here? Is the question. So who would like to go first?
We could keep going from right to left.
So I read Scientific American. I read Scientific American magazine in fucking elementary school.
That's cute.
Oh,
I love that.
You were one of those. I see.
There's a really funny story involving that, where I tended to not pay attention in science classes during elementary school and middle school because I already knew everything, pretty much, that we were being taught. And at one point, like while the teacher was teaching a lesson, I was just sitting there reading Scientific American, and the teacher like walks over to like take the magazine I'm reading, and then she sees it's fucking Scientific American, and she's like, you know what? I'll just let her read.
I mean, I have a similar story, but without the Scientific American. I would like I would listen in science classes, but I'd like, especially chemistry, I'm like, explain it once, I'm like, yeah, okay, I got it. And then I would draw manga and I'd sit in the front row because when I doodle, I pay a lot more attention, and the teachers would keep taking away my drawings, and I just bring a new paper and just keep going, to the point where I think at some point my chemistry teacher saw like the artwork I was doing, and she felt bad throwing it away, so she's just like, I'll give it to you at the end of class. And after a month of that, she's just like, just draw. It's fine. You're getting straight A's. You're paying attention. Every time I call on you, you come up and you tell me what it is. I just needed to doodle. And so they just left me alone. But I was that weird kid. But yeah, how about you, Maeve?
Well, so my transition into a science career was on a really strange path. However, as a kid, I can definitely say I wasn't the type to watch cartoons, even though my parents never forbid me from watching cartoons. I just didn't like them. I was the Animal Planet and Discovery kid. So I would watch a lot of documentaries. I would watch a lot of documentaries. I would read a lot, both fiction and nonfiction. But then as I was coming out of high school, I was like, oh, different career paths and whatnot. And eventually, as I was progressing through my initial college years, I was like, no, this stuff isn't for me. I'm going to transition to science. And that's where I have been ever since.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. Yeah, I actually, as a kid, I never wanted to be a scientist. I wanted to be a doctor like my parents. Both of my parents are surgeons, and I was like, I don't know what to do with my life. It was either that, or actually, as a very young kid, I wanted to be a translator because I already spoke 3 languages at the age of like 11. So I was like, I might as well.
Ooh.
I spoke English, Arabic, and Russian fluently, so and read books in it.
Well, it's good you didn't pick that, given how translation as a field has died because of machine translation. Even
exactly.
though machine translation isn't even any
yeah.
good.
Yeah. So I was thinking of like maybe going
machine
to, like,
translation is like good enough to like make people think. It's good if they don't know the language they're translating from.
Yeah. I mean,
but if you try it with the language you do speak, you're like, wait, this is wrong.
At the time, I think it was more of like, the live UN translation. So like when somebody's speaking in the UN and they all have these earpieces, like there's people in the back just live translating and including context and other things. But then I kind of went away from that, and then I wanted to be a writer, like a fiction writer, because I discovered fiction. And then after that, I wanted to be an artist because I really loved art. I really loved like comics. And then I went through a lot of phases, and all that was in school. And then, but I was always really good at science because it made sense. Math and science, especially because I moved schools at the age of 12. So I was studying in Russia, fully in Russian until the age of 12, with very little English. And then my parents decided to move me to Jordan, which was a good idea. But in that school, everything was in English, and nobody spoke Russian, and they also all spoke Arabic. And I was like, right, I have to restructure my brain to speak 2 different languages that I kind of don't know. And the only thing that was constant was math. And that was lovely because I got really bad grades and everything else the first month, but math was peak. And then slowly, as I learned English much better, and I started doing science in English, and so it kind of went on since then.
Either of you have the experience of like never needing to study before college, and then you get to college and you almost like fucking flunk out because you don't know how to study?
Yes. Yes.
I had the opposite in school. Our school, we would have exams every month, and if your grades dropped a little bit, they would call your parents in. Because I was in a private school.
See, it was the same. I just never got bad grades. I just didn't need to. I just remembered everything. I didn't take notes. I didn't study. I just remembered everything.
No, I had horrible memory. Okay, I really don't remember things. I want to say my logical thinking is good, but my memory is near zero. So school was really hard for me because a lot of it was memorization. The moment I went to university, I was like, oh, okay, I don't have to memorize. I can just comprehend. This is great. And I just relaxed. And the easiest part of university for me was always like the actual project, because I didn't have to memorize so much. I could always like open book things were nice. But obviously, the initial first 2 years with all of your bachelors is never open book exams. But anytime anything was like, hey, you have a 6-month project that you need to submit a report at the end and give a presentation. I'm like, girl, yes, let's go. Full grades. Let's do this. Somebody's like, hey, here's an exam. You need to remember all the names of amino acids. I was like, ugh, why? I could Google it. Why? Don't make me remember. I hate this. Now when I work full time, I'm like, yeah, I'm not remembering any of this. If anybody asks me a question, I just bring up my phone. Like,
it was like, and it turned out like my memory wasn't enough to remember stuff for college because it was so much more complicated.
Well, it gets a lot more specific when you get to college.
And I didn't really know how to take effective notes or study them.
Yeah.
So I like flunked out of calculus in college, and had to repeat it.
Yeah.
And that was when I really realized, oh fuck, I need to develop study skills.
Yeah.
Yes. No, one thing that I had in uni that people were so jealous of is my note taking, because my school, they even taught you how to take notes, how to write lab reports, how to do everything. They were so micromanaging to the point when I went to university in a different country, because I came to the UK out of Jordan, which is again different culture shock. I was expecting a lot more like breathing down my neck. And so when I realized like, oh, you have like 2 hours of lectures today, and then the rest of the time is free time, do whatever you want. Show up to an exam, come to the labs. That's it. And then when I showed like my lab reports, they said, oh, they cannot be typed up. They have to be handwritten. At my university had a weird thing about this because they kind of wanted to make sure that you wrote it rather than, computer generated. But I'm like, but how do you make graphs and how do you make everything line up? And what about like indentations and stuff? They're like, we don't care about that. And then my ADHD brain just went, what? No, what do you mean? It has to be a certain order.
Oh my God.
In all the
How can you
schools
do
I
this to me?
attended, they never taught you how to study. They gave you criteria for how to structure things like papers, but they never showed you really how to write.
They taught us how to study in like high school.
Oh,
And
they
I
did?
ignored it
Wow.
because I was like, I've never needed to study. I'll never need to study. And then that became a problem.
The only
Yeah.
time people were taught how to study in my schools was if you were getting bad grades. And because I never got bad grades, because it was all standardized learning, I could just memorize whatever was on the PowerPoint slide. And then college obviously isn't like that. But for people who
No.
couldn't memorize, they were taught how to study because they were doing poorly. But for people who memorized, they were never taught. So college was a different animal.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry. Going back to the how I got into science. I my fault. I went into too much detail. But the main idea was I wanted to go into med school, and I got rejected from all of my med schools, not because of my grades, which were amazing, but because I didn't have any experience. And I'm like, how is a 17-year-old Arab girl in Middle East supposed to get experience in a hospital? That is not how any of these countries work. So there's no way nobody's going to let me into a hospital to do experience. But actually, I think that was a blessing in disguise because I would have made a horrible doctor.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you have to, no offense, you have to care for people. And then there's me who's like, a new bacterium. Can I see how long it kills this person? And I'm like, yeah, no, I should not be a doctor. Should not. Although I'm not squeamish. I've helped my mom sew a finger back on a dude. And I was like, yeah, all right, blood, bones, okay. And she's
I
like,
did think of
being
being a psychiatrist for a while, but
Yeah.
decided against it.
Oh, cool. That's interesting.
A mad
Is it 'cause you-
science psychiatrist. That sounds like a great combination.
Oh, yes. But yeah, so I didn't get into any med schools, and in the UK, you have to pick last choice. That's not a medical school, so in case you don't get into any of the others, you go on your last choice. And my last choice was, I think, biochemistry, because I thought, hey, I'll do like a bachelor's in biochemistry and then transition into medicine. And I never went back once I saw structural biology, so that was great. Now here we are. Sorry. Another question. I'm just saving all these questions. Don't you worry, guys. We're gonna do a wheel in a
Amazing.
minute.
Yeah.
I
I do want to
any of you-
answer one real quick, which Shadowson asked which level of calculus it was I failed out of. It was, I forget the name of the class, but it was the first level of calculus they teach in college in the US, not which is the one with like the convergent and divergent series and stuff.
I'm so thankful that I took high school calculus and that transferred as a credit.
Oh, I did take high school calculus, but it was like, but I was talking about like the first one I had to take that was in college, which was like.
Yeah, that's what I
feel
was
like I had
saying,
calculus.
is I got to take high school calculus, but they called it AP calculus instead of regular high school calculus.
Yeah.
So
same.
the credit transferred, and I didn't have to take it when I went to undergrad.
Well, I also noticed. I remember talking to a lot of colleagues from the U.S. Who did their school and undergraduate in the U.S. And like in the UK, your undergraduate, like my literally all the subjects in my undergraduate was biochemistry, genetics, microbiology, and I think one of them was called just laboratory science, which was you had to go for 3 hours on a Thursday and a Friday every week into the lab, and you can miss all the other lectures, but if you miss the labs, you better be dead or about to die.
Yeah.
No other excuse. And then we also had like what was it called, like analysis, which was an analyzing scientific data, and that is it. We didn't have English, we didn't have math, we didn't have any other subjects. It was just these five. And they just assumed that once you came here, you speak English, you know math. If you don't know something, go read it somewhere else. This is the course. And
Yeah,
I was
one
like,
thing I
"Oh,
want to
great."
say that something that pursuing like a real like one of the higher degrees in STEM will teach you is that everyone is lying when they act like intelligence is like a born characteristic, because
Yeah.
no one is just smart enough to do it.
Mm-mm.
It's practice, like
it
with
is
everything.
100% hard work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is passion and hard work. It is not raw intelligence.
That, and I would
No.
also like to add on to that and say, if you meet a scientist who hasn't been in school or working in science, and they still claim that they're really smart and they know everything, they don't. Or at least they most likely don't, because science, as soon as something comes out, it's likely being outdated. It's like tech in that way. So unless you're constantly learning, unless you're constantly studying what's coming out and the new and the greatest and everything, the information you've learned is likely outdated by a few years.
Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence that all the like public intellectuals who insist that science is a matter of like intelligence are not well regarded by their own fields.
Yeah.
No.
Like,
One
because you
thing
got like
I've-
Steven Pinker, who is not regarded well in the field of psycholinguistics.
Yeah. I would say one thing to watch out for. The good thing is when you meet somebody who's like, I work in science, and you ask them a question, they're like, oh crap, I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait a second. And then they go
Yeah.
on their phone and maybe sometimes message someone. They're like, wait, I don't know, but I know a guy, I think, who knows this. Let me ask them.
Big green
hey,
flag.
I think I read something somewhere. Let me check this. But
Richard
honestly,
Dawkins
I don't
isn't.
know. I don't know. And then that's when you're like, yes, this person's a scientist.
Richard Dawkins is also regarded kind of poorly in evolutionary biology nowadays.
Yeah, I don't
too.
know names that well, but I
Me
did.
neither.
Yeah, one thing is, I have a question
Mm.
before we put the chat ones, because we already have 5 of them in chat. Quick last question is, have you guys ever met somebody like quite high up in your field? And if you did, how, in your opinion, like, did you enjoy the interaction with this person? Or was it stressful? Were you nervous? Was it cool? Is there a bad/or funny story about it? Specifically, like, in your experience as studying or working, like maybe you attended someone's lecture and then had talked with them after, or you came to a conference. I don't know.
I have a story like that, except it's not someone who is high up in my field per se, but rather someone who is important to the field in an ancillary sense, in a sense that I met Peter Watts.
Explain for chat who that would be.
Who is
Yeah.
a very famous hard sci-fi author who has a PhD in I think it's zoology.
Oh, interesting.
And
Okay.
something biochemistry-ish. Yeah. And it was specifically because we both ended up consulting for the same project and disagreed about something.
You're going to have to tell
my
us what
argument
the
was more
disagreement
convincing.
was. What was the disagreement about?
Oh, fuck. It was about encoding of amino acids in potential alien life and
Okay.
how much you might expect it to be similar to how Earth life encodes it.
Tangential to this. I really wanted to go into astrobiology, but astrobiology as a field right now is very small and very few schools actually teach it. So I would have had to move across the United States in order to get an astrobiology
Usually
degree.
astrobiology is like, you're just a biochemist who does a lot of talking to astronomers.
Yeah, but like in terms of like getting the ability to talk to astronomers, like there's not, at least I don't think in my state, there's not an expert in astronomy in any of the schools that I go to. But I wanted to go into astrobiology, and my option was either like Arizona, New Mexico, or Italy, and I couldn't move to either one of those places. Anyway, I digress. There's a concept in astrobiology called the shadow biosphere, which honestly sounds like something out of anime.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds cool.
And the concept is that the only way that we can detect life on a molecular level is through amino acids and primers and like starting coding sequences and everything that we already know of. If we don't know what it is, we can't detect that it exists, which is a wild thing to think about. So there's this concept of shadow biosphere of organisms on other planets that we have no means of detecting because our methods of molecular detection don't work. Yep.
Also, regarding Peter Watts, I mentioned that he's a hard sci-fi author who's like well known. Have you heard of the books Blind Sight or Echopraxia?
I've not, but
I have not.
putting that on the
Those
list.
hard sci-fi novels. Well, he's the author of those.
Okay. I'll have to look into those at some point.
Yeah, I'm writing like that in a little note. Honestly, the reason why I wanted to do this is to literally just gain knowledge. I wanted to learn, so I invited you guys. I feel like you know what? I feel like that arts kid that goes into a science class and it's just like, oh boy, I'm scared.
By the way, I should
I'm in
mention that the
danger.
project we were both consulting for was Subnautica 3.
Oh,
I love that.
oh, okay.
I love that.
is
I'm
cool.
jealous.
That is cool. I'm jealous. I mean, I feel like I could never. I don't know. I just feel too. I think after living in academia for so long, I have absolutely no not a self-esteem. That sounds sad. I don't have. I mean that too, but I don't have self-confidence. There we go. I just think I'm an idiot. 24/7.
Oh, yeah.
And I am confirmed every day that I'm an idiot 24/7. So I just assume I'm stupid, and I'm like, great.
For chat, just so you know, science is
For the
very
longest
fun.
time, I wasn't allowed to say it was Subnautica 3 I was consulting for, and I was like, I want to tell people.
Yeah, that's really cool though.
Sorry, Subnautica 2. Subnautica 2. I don't know why I
Okay.
keep saying 3 because there's below.
I don't know. Maybe there's a 3. Who knows?
Because I keep thinking of below 0 as 2.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, babe. You were saying?
Oh yeah. For those in chat who maybe aren't familiar with science, especially academic science, it's 90% failure. A lot of it is failure. And so every day you have experiments that are failing, and when you finally get it right, it's a huge celebration. So science isn't as straightforward as a lot of people seem to think it is.
No. Right. So,
Nope.
Great. Maeve, do you have, going back to the question about meeting somebody in your, did you mention meeting somebody in your field? Was it in astrobiology or?
No, I haven't. However, when I was a baby undergrad, when I was getting my undergrad bachelor's degree for just general biology, I was an intern in a research lab. And I was placed there by my academic advisor. I didn't really know the person who I was going to intern under, but she was on TV and I didn't know it. And when I say she was on TV, I mean, are you guys familiar with the show Monsters Inside Me on Animal Planet?
No.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Do you remember the brain-eating amoeba Naegleria fowleri from that show? And honestly, Naegleria fowleri is an amoeba that makes the news at least once a year in the US, usually in the summer because someone gets it because they're swimming in stagnant water and it gets in their sinuses and then it eats their brain. It's exciting. Anyway,
The water doesn't have to be stagnant. It just needs to be very warm.
It needs to be very warm, and the amoebas live in mud.
And it's not just swimming in it; it's specifically diving in it.
Yeah,
because it can't penetrate the blood-brain barrier, so you need to like actually injure the mucous membrane between your nose and your brain for it to get in.
But she worked in a lab at Virginia Commonwealth University, and she had a very small lab there, and I was placed in her lab, so that was really cool. To meet, hold on, Monsters Inside Me, Naegleria fowleri. I don't remember her name because I worked under a master's student. Give me a moment.
Also, while Maeve is searching up, one more thing to people who've just joined and new people in chat. If you wish to ask a question, please pose it with question or Q in front of it, and then I will add it to the wheel because there's a lot of stuff going in chat, and I will not see your question because I don't have time to read all of it unless you put question in front of it, like literal question. Sorry.
Naegleria fowleri isn't like, its niche is not as a pathogen. It can act as one if it ends up in your brain or neural tissues.
Oh yeah, it's not considered even an opportunistic pathogen.
But it primarily, yeah.
It's an incidental pathogen, and it's really only...
It's just an amoeba, and it starts eating your brain cells if it ends up in your brain.
Yeah. Which, when I was working in this lab, we studied the amoeba's interaction with brain macrophages. Macrophages are a fancy type of cell that detect pathogens or pathogenic microbial peptides and things like that in the brain or elsewhere in your body. But the brain ones specifically are really cool, and we got to watch plates of these brain macrophages go to war with a few amoebas. The amoebas always won, but it was really fun to watch.
Was it like real time, or did you have to like leave him and come back after a day and come back after a day?
You could watch it in real time. It was really cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Somewhere I have a GIF back in like a really old laptop that I need to fire up and pull the TIFF file off of, but I have a video of it. It's really cool.
I want to also note, I live in Texas, so I am in one of the places where you hear the news from about Nigleria fowleri.
Oh, I feel like Texas just itself has its own.
But yeah,
Texas and
it's
Florida
actually safe to swim in, to just swim in water with it in it. It's diving, because when you dive, the water can end up forced up your nose violently.
Yes.
And that can cause it to puncture the membrane at the back of your nose, between your nasal cavity and the inside of your cerebrum, which can allow Nigleria fowleri to end up in there.
Yeah, 1 second. My boyfriend keeps calling me.
Gosh, I can't find her name. My God. Doctor.
Yeah. But that's cool. That's a cool story. I think I met somebody. So I met the 3 Nobel Prize winners for the electron microscope improvements in 2017.
Ooh, wow.
Because one of them was actually a PhD supervisor of a professor, not who was my supervisor, but who was friends with my supervisor. So he basically they all know each other. So he was like, hey, I'm going to call him to give a talk in 2017 when I started my PhD, and they got the Nobel Prize for the technique I was doing. And it was like, oh, and you get to hang out with him. And then there was me, tiny little first year PhD student, with this Nobel Prize winner who just keeps pouring me beer. And he's like, so what is your project about? And I'm like, flagella? He's like, oh, what about flagella? I'm like, I don't know. I've been doing it a month. And he's like, oh, it must be so exciting. Do you know much about cryo-EM? I'm like, no. He's like, well, you learn it. It's great. Let me tell you about it. And I was like, oh boy. So it was a fun evening. But I was like pleasantly surprised by how extremely approachable he was. He was like, he did not care. He just won like a joint Nobel Prize. He was like, just excited about science, and didn't see me as like, oh, this tiny little insignificant like PhD student. Saw me as, oh, a burgeoning scientist. Let me excite them with science and tell them all about it. And, get their ideas and fresh things. And I'm like, this was very like, I was scared of like they always hear horror stories about the toxic, very, very higher up. Like, I'm gonna say it on stream. Old white men in science at the very top, being extremely condescending to everybody, regardless of gender, race, or age below them. You kind of expect it when you go in, and then you're pleasantly surprised when you're like, oh, not everybody. Okay, that's pretty great. I've honestly had pretty good experiences with that. I found like younger, more ambitious group leaders are actually more like this, like condescending, than older professors. I feel like it's because the older professors technically don't have anything to prove anymore. They've proven everything they need to prove, and the ego thing kind of goes away. But younger ones, I feel like sometimes, especially if you're a woman in science and you're like a woman in the early stages of science, they're like, oh, if I put this person down, that will lift me up.
I found that that's the case with a lot of the young female PIs, and even the female PIs in general at the institution that I work at. A lot of them can be pretty condescending, especially if you're a female.
Yeah.
For some reason.
But I found her name
is better about this, because nowadays it's like most people getting PhDs in the field are women.
Yeah.
I noticed, a lot of people who are getting PhDs are women, but they're not like going into higher positions. And I have a lot of stories about that, because that was a big problem in our university before. But I think we should probably answer a question from chat, because we have a lot and we've been just chatting. I'm not going to spin the wheel on stream. I'm just going to spin it off stream and then read out the question if you guys.
Also, I found the doctor's name. Her name is Dr. Francine Cabral, but she's retired now. She retired a couple years after I got out of the lab.
Cool. Great. 1 second. I'm just gonna write this. Right. Let's spin this wheel and then pick one of the questions. Also, my redeems aren't working, I think, because we're using VTube Studio like group chat. So a lot of the redeems that use VTube Studio to do stuff to me don't work. I apologize. I know, Ava. I know. I'll refund you your points. Right. Let's do the question. Righto. Alrighty. I think most of them came from Cloud, not gonna lie. Cloud's been on it with the questions. So, question. I've heard scientists have very coded ways of describing asshole lab mice. I'm not sure what that means, but
I have never worked with lab mice.
yeah,
Same.
neither
I
have
work with
I. So if
I work with fucking yeast. Okay, ask me questions
yeast are
about
fun.
yeast, not lab mice.
Yeah, I work with bacteria. So, the question about lab mice, I believe that's for Maeve seems to recognize this. Do you want to answer this one?
I never worked with lab mice. I worked with lab rats in my undergrad because that's how we cultured the amoeba. Is honestly, it's kind of sad. We had to infect uh rats with this amoeba to culture the amoeba in their brain tissue to study the pathogenic efficacy of the amoeba. It was sad. Anyway, rats aren't assholes, or at least none of the rats that we worked with were assholes. But I understand that mice are different.
Yeah, I also heard so I again never worked with mice, but I had colleagues in the biomedical department who worked with mice, and they say they all seem cute and white and adorable, but actually they're just like they'll bite you, they bite each other. If you if you're testing certain groups of mice, you can't keep them in the same box because they'll like just kill each other or something. So they had a lot of problems,
Yeah.
dealing with that. So, but again, that's secondhand information.
The
Take with a grain of
labs
salt.
around me use guinea pigs and ferrets because they studied the flu. And something I didn't
Ferrets.
know is that ferrets in particular are a host animal for the flu virus.
Oh,
Normally,
Oh.
we think of like birds and pigs as
Yeah.
being common hosts because those come into
Monkeys.
contact with humans. Yeah, quite often. But ferrets are one of the host animals as well. So they do a lot of studies in ferrets, and they're so wiggly. I love them.
Yeah, danger noodle.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's snake. Wait. um, cool. That is fascinating. Let's go with another question. I feel like we're on a roll here. I feel like that's great. Great. I'm adding another one. This will be added to the next spin because you put it in just as I spun the wheel, so I can't do that midway. All right. Ooh. Oh wow. Okay, more. Let's see which one this one ends on. One sec. All right. What is the funniest or most embarrassing bodge job you've seen in a lab to get an experiment or a piece of equipment to work? I have 3 stories already with this,
Go
but
for it.
I'll let you guys go first. if you guys can't think of one, I already start with one because that is something that happened last year, and I was involved in the bodge job. So.
Oh no.
So
I
it
have
was.
stories I've heard, but I
Yeah.
don't see. The thing about bioinformatics is that most of the time you don't really work in the lab.
Yeah.
You're sitting in front of a computer doing algorithms and stuff.
Yeah. But
With
so if you
other
guys want
people's
to, yeah.
data most of the time.
If you guys want to ask some questions, not about the like wet lab is what we call it, but more about like science in general, and then we can direct those to Vivi as well, so she doesn't feel left out about this. So one of the botch jobs was basically okay. It's a little convoluted. So we're trying to do this light-based cross-linking. So that means, for those of you who don't know, is we basically attach a synthetic amino acid to a particular like part of a protein that we care about, and we kind of want to superglue it to another protein in proximity. And to do this in bacteria while the protein is in its natural state. So we just grow these bacteria, we add this synthetic thing, and then we put them in a little like light microwave, UV microwave. And then by shooting UV light on it, it will cross-link to stuff that's really, really close. And then we can pull it out and basically superglue it while it's in bacteria, and then we break bacteria open and pull it out and deal with it. So what we needed to do is we needed to figure out how to keep it cool because we didn't want bacteria to cook with this crazy amount of UV light, and we needed to be shaking. But the actual machine is like a microwave, so we're like, okay, how do we make this microwave cool and shake? So we just shoved a bunch of to be fair, it's smart because it worked and we still use it. So we bought a shaker that was big enough to like fit the mic, like the UV illuminator on top of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And without securing it, that's fine. And then we put open plates of E. coli into an electric thing. Don't do this, kids. And then we had a bowl of ice, but obviously ice would melt during the experiment. So what we did, we used those heat blocks that you do for Eppendorfs to like heat things in. We used those as heat sinks, and we just put them in ice before and then put ice around them to keep them cool so that the tray where bacteria was on was cool.
Mhm.
That was the craziest, like, unsafe, crazy botch job I have ever seen. But we use it to this day because it works. And, you know, we don't have time to get better equipment. We literally scoured the internet for something that does what we want, and we couldn't find it. So we're like, right, let's DIY this shit.
Amazing. It sounds like you guys could like further refine that, hire a machinist or something, and actually patent a machine like that.
I mean, I've done 3 experiments. I've done many experiments, but three times same mutant, you know, same protein, at 3 different times with 3 different volumes, and it's worked all the time.
Amazing.
And I'm like, hey, that's a triplicate.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. I just remembered something. This was not something I saw or I knew the person involved. However, it is something that disrupted my research because the lab had to be fucking shut down.
Go on. Tell us the story. I'm done with this one. This was it.
Someone, one of their research assistants,
Oh no.
didn't know how to balance a centrifuge.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Was it an ultra? Oh my god, yeah. Was it an ultra centrifuge? One of the big boys? Oh no.
I know where this is going.
It tore itself apart and went flying through several walls.
Yeah.
It would, yeah.
Meaning the lab was shut down for renovations for a while.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I've seen pictures online. Every time, like, we are taught to balance the centrifuge to 0.01 gram, if not more, if you can. And then I remember, and then you're like, if you want to know how important it is, I've had a lab. I guess lab techs are not lab techs; they're like lab managers. But they showed me a variety of pictures that they saved from their colleagues who had people who didn't follow this as horror evidence, and they're just like, if any of this happens, I'm making you pay this out of your salary. And we're like, yes ma'am. And then I now have paranoia with ultra centrifuges because of that. But Jesus Christ. All right,
for those hold on.
Yeah.
I have ads in about 6 minutes.
Okay, yeah, we can take a quick break for that if you guys want.
Yeah, a quick thing before we go on an ad break for chat. An ultra centrifuge, it spins stuff at a very high speed, and in order to achieve these speeds, the ultra centrifuge internal part where you spin down your samples has to be put under vacuum. And these speeds get up to like 300,000 RPM or higher. Spins very, very fast. So it's like your washing machine that you put your clothes in on steroids. And when this is spinning, if for some odd reason it's unbalanced or that vacuum seal breaks and all of a sudden all those samples spinning at high speed are encountering friction because of the air, it can cause this machine to literally hop down a hallway and break through walls. It's insane. And
they're really heavy, yeah.
They're really heavy, and even if you cut the power to it, that internal mechanism will spin very quickly for a very long time. So even if it loses power, it's spinning so fast it continues to spin.
Yeah, the centrifuge in question, like, it kept bouncing around.
Yes.
And going through walls.
I think it has to be in a vacuum because of the friction.
Yes,
because if
because
you're
of the
running
friction,
at something
yeah.
at such a high rotational speed, I guess everything is lubricated, but metal against metal against plastic, you can have a fire. It probably won't. The machine won't be able to reach certain speeds because of the friction. But if you have vacuum, you technically can reach any speed you like.
Yep.
Theoretically.
Yeah, and well, vacuum
but,
coupled with a compressor to keep it cold. It's usually refrigerated.
Yeah.
I also know a story about an intern who somehow ended up with americium in their vape and vaped it.
Do we have time to say it before ad break, Maeve? Because I will run my ads when you run your ads. You tell us when it's a few seconds before it's supposed to go, and then we'll...
It looks like I still have like 4-ish minutes.
Gotcha. Okay. Story, Vivi. What? Vape? Americium vape? Tell me more.
I don't even know how he managed to do this, but he was like vaping at the lab, which was obviously incredibly unsafe.
So Cloud actually is mentioned. Sorry. Referring to the older question quickly before we move on, he's mentioning why the machine doesn't stop. because from table saws and other machines, they have to have brakes to ensure to stop the machine. So usually ultra centrifuges, if you're just starting them, they will, if they're unbalanced when they're starting to speed up, they will slow down and they will air out. This is more in case it's already gotten to the rotational speed.
Yeah,
of
in this
300,000.
case, I think the liquid some of the like stuff in there might have like splashed out of the tubes.
Yeah. If that
which
happens,
caused it to become unbalanced.
And when it's at that high speed, I don't think
there is no mechanism to stop it at that high speed.
Correct.
It's a vacuum, so you can't really do much. Answering your question. Sorry, carry on about the Americium. I just thought before we moved on.
For the same reason, it flew through several walls and then kept bouncing around, punching holes in walls. It has so much fucking momentum at that point.
Yeah.
You cannot stop it.
Yes. And Fern, to answer your question, there is probably videos or pictures of the aftermath that you can see online.
Oh yeah, there is. Just look ultra centrifuge accident.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
But explain
But
for
I
chat.
only learned about that because the lab had to do renovations because of it.
Vivi, can you explain to chat what Americium is? Why it's important that it was in this man's vape?
Americium is an extremely radioactive element. It is used in smoke detectors to provide a neutron source to detect smoke. And a very tiny amount of it. And he like vaped a very tiny amount of it. And he only got like mild radiation sickness, but like he fucking vaped Americium.
Well, that's a funny story to tell his grandchildren. Oh wait. But mayhaps no grandchildren. On that note about poisoning a department, that didn't happen to me, but I worked in a category 2. That the entire building was category 2 because we're all working on like Clostridium difficile, which is a bacterium in your gut that causes rot gut. I think we worked with Salmonella. We worked with Campylobacter, which causes, when you eat bad chicken, you either get Salmonella or Campylobacter.
I also know a guy, and I forget how this happened, but he was exposed to 5 grays of radiation and somehow didn't even get sick.
I mean, sometimes you dodge a bullet. I don't know, man. Like it's weird. But yeah, so the whole department was working on like very weird pathogens, and there was one group that was trying to like create like make certain bacteria produce like some sort of a protein, but the byproduct of that was like sulfuric gas. I don't remember which one exactly, like sulfur oxide or something. But obviously it's produced in such small amounts. You work in a fume hood and you're fine. So they did some cloning, right? And they cloned it to make more of that product. But they also made more byproduct. And they ran it over the weekend. And so we came back on Monday and they closed the entire building down because they said the entire building is covered in toxic gas. And we're like, how? They accidentally broke like they removed the bottleneck for the inhibitor for it, and so they got their product, but they also created sulfuric gas all over the entire building.
Amazing.
I mean, that was a complete accident, an unhappy one. But at some point, they even had the UK was it the Home Office and the Defense come in because they were like, "Is this a terrorist gas attack?" We're like, "Oh no, it's an accident."
I also know of a case where they had to again shut down the lab because someone's experiment was growing in the walls.
Oh,
like inside the walls or on the wallpaper? Or
yeah, it was with some kind of fungus. I don't remember.
Oh yeah,
I don't know what they were doing with it. But somehow they got the spores everywhere, and it just started growing in the walls.
Fungus is a special breed of horror that I don't want to work with.
I've had fungus grow in one, like, was it 4 molar? Hydrochloric acid, and I was like, how?
Yeah.
How?
I've had fungus grow in. Yeah, I had fungus grow in.
There's fungus that derives energy from the ambient radiation in the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
Oh
no,
yeah,
that is true. Yeah.
Through melanocytes.
What fungus, babe? Sorry?
Yeah. We had fungus grow in 10% bleach solution, which is fucking wild.
How?
I don't know.
Fungus is just unkillable, man. This is like you think bacteria and like those. This something can survive in a heat vent. You're like, nah, fungus, man.
Fungus is scary.
That shit don't grow. Right. Should we go on a quick 5-minute break to get buy a break, get some water?
Yes.
I will.
Sure.
You guys, feel free to drop our questions. I will still keep putting them on. And then maybe you have time to think about your scary lab story, because me and
Yeah, I'll
Vivi
just go
have
run some ads and go take a bio
same.
break. real
We
quick.
have spat out like 3 or 4, so it's your turn. You need to give at least one before we move on, okay?
Hang on,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. See you guys in a minute. Ourselves. Some of you guys missed it. That well. uh, it happens, you know. It is I'd say it's like a weird podcast, very low budget.
Low budget, low production
Low
value.
budget podcast. Let's go. No production value, no planning. Let's go.
True.
So the story. Thanks for the gift, Ava. The story of the undergrad you were saying, Maeve.
Oh, yeah. So it's actually a graduate student who came in.
Graduate. Sorry. Yeah.
I was asking what hobbies they have. They listed fishing and hiking, outdoor activities, and I was like, "Do you do anything inside? Do you like to watch TV? Do you like to play video games?" And he looks at me and he's like, "Video games? Why would I waste my time with something so unproductive?" And I was like, "Because it's a downtime activity. You don't need to be productive all the time."
Yeah, people like that. I don't know, and that's why like finding people who enjoy video games and the online world who are also scientists. I'm like, thank God, yes.
Mhm.
All right, I'll ask another question from chat because chat has been writing these up, and I
Mhm.
see you, chat. I see you. Question: what is the one thing you would rename if you could, and what would you call it?
Mm.
I'll give you guys a minute to percolate on that one while I remove it from the list of
I
questions.
have an answer.
There you go. Go ahead.
So, this might not mean much to most people who don't study science, but when you talk about DNA translation and replication, there are these things called RNA polymerase 1, 2, and 3. They are not named in the order in which they're used, they are named in the order in which they were discovered. And the first one that is used is like RNA polymerase
Pretty much
2.
pretty much every numbering system in science is the order they were discovered because it's a big deal not to change names in science.
Yeah. And it makes it
Yeah.
very hard to learn
Because
once we fully understand the cycle or process because it's not in an order that makes sense.
I agree. I have a literal personal story about this because when I joined this postdoc that I'm in, so I work on a type 4 secretion system, which is it's literally a bunch of proteins. It's like 30 proteins that form a bunch of rings and a piston and then makes a pilus to transfer DNA from one bacterium to another. So it's a huge machine. And there's at least 30 different genes and stuff that are involved. And the problem is, in different bacteria, different like plasmids that encode these systems have different nomenclature. So, for example, the ATPase that is the same, the one that generates the energy, the motor for the whole thing, across different bacteria would be called like VIRB4, and then it would be called like INC7, and the same thing, just a different bacterium. And to the point where the entire field got so annoyed when we went to a conference, we literally all of us sat down and we said, okay, we're going to agree that the VIR, like the VIR nomenclature, is going to be canon. Everything else, you do whatever the fuck you want with it. But when we're talking about like, so people know when you're talking about an ATPase or about the outer ring protein, we're just gonna stick to this one. And I think the entire field literally just agreed on that day. So now, and all the older papers now have like not an amendment, but from now on, like most papers have like the VIR nomenclature and then whatever it is already called. But it's so hard to change like naming, especially of genes and of proteins, because when you first find them, you don't actually know what they are most of the time, so you name them as you go along. But then when you realize like these three make up a complex, they should be named similarly and not be like Veer 1 and Veer 8 and Veer 10. They should be Veer 1, 2, 3, right? But those are, so yeah, it's been just a nightmare. So I agree with Maeve. I feel like that is the one thing, if I could change in science, is the ability to rename things according to their function rather to.
But see, the reason why we don't allow renaming things is because if you changed around which one is polymerase 1 and 2, it would cause confusion when reading old papers.
Yeah, I feel like that is an issue. But I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I had an idea and then immediately I shut it down because I was like, that's unethical. So I'm not even gonna say it. But yeah, the older papers become a problem.
Well, I feel like with this age in technology, we should be able to archive older papers and post-amend them without actually changing the paper itself to reflect an accurate
I don't think
nomenclature.
that's realistic.
Yeah, that is actually quite difficult to do. I think my stream is lagging a little bit. Not sure. Nope, we're fine. Yeah. So Vivi, if you could rename something, what would you rename, and like what would its name be?
Okay, this is like a pet peeve of mine, which is that some people are trying to rename to change the term hermaphrodite for an animal that has both male and female genitals as a natural condition because it has some historical offensive associations, which I agree with. However, the term they seem to have mostly chosen to replace hermaphrodite with is bisexual.
No.
No.
What?
No.
And it's like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna call the fish bisexual.
That's
like
but
I'm
that's
bisexual. I take this
That is
personally.
not a thing that I'm going to do.
but
Pick something else, I beg you.
it's like they don't understand that that's
Pick a word that does not already have a meaning.
yeah, that's a sexual orientation. That's a sexual preference. Like that, not a explanation of your genitals.
Yes, don't call the fish bisexual, Jesus Christ! Or the
Oh.
trees!
My God.
Oh no, not the
Oh my
bisexual
God.
fish. Okay, if you guys don't mind, the title of this on YouTube is going to be bisexual fish. That's it. Just bisexual fish is the title. Let's go. Oh boy, yes. Okay, I don't think we can top that. I'm gonna get another question. Oh god, that's good.
Like when because I still use the term hermaphrodite for that reason. Because like if I said bisexual, it would confuse people so much, and like I don't want to come up with my own fucking term for it. And so like I had someone in my chat correct me saying like modern times we call it bisexual, and I'm like, I'm not calling the fish bisexual. I am not saying the fish are bisexual.
just refuse. Sometimes you have to refuse. All right. Another question from chat. Which lab tradition do you secretly love? Or in your case, maybe like an office tradition or something. Even if it's silly and should be adopted everywhere if possible.
Oh.
I'm still thinking about mine. So if any of you have an idea,
I have one, but Viv,
go
do you
ahead.
have
Yeah.
anything?
So whenever you work with highly sophisticated machinery in science, people come up with like superstitious rituals to make shit work.
Yes, true.
And it's
Yeah.
always really funny observing. And they're different per lab. Like,
Yeah.
um,
Our lab calls those the isms.
Yes.
like I don't I'm currently unemployed, but the last lab I worked at, there was a device with like a sticky note on it that said like if you remove the sticky note, the device will stop working.
Did you ever test it?
No, I did not, because this
Aw.
isn't something I had to work with, but
Yeah. Exactly.
but yeah, you can
Phrasing
totally
on the
see where
fly.
like Adeptus Mechanicus like
Yeah.
stuff comes from.
Mechanicus
Because
shit.
people who work with sophisticated technology like do that.
Yeah, our electron microscopes are extremely sensitive to heat and cold, and a lot of the time, like, but it's because like the electron beam and everything. So sometimes when you turn on the electron microscope and you're adjusting the beam will start jumping around like it's possessed. And most of the time, the electron microscopes are in the basements of old buildings where the morgues used to be. So we always joke that every time we see the beam jump for no particular reason, which is probably just fluctuation in air and temperature, or like the vacuum is not perfect, we just say, oh, there's a ghost in the microscope, it's fiddling with the beam again. All right, ghosts, you gotta chill, ghosts. I gotta burn some incense. Oh, I can't burn anything in this room, but yeah, no, we do that. It's not like tradition wise though. I'm still thinking we do have one. I'm just it's less of a tradition, it's more of like a rule. So it's more of an academics rule. I don't know if you guys do this. We have this where PhD students obviously are not paid very well considering they're students. So whenever we have students in our lab and we're all going out for like drinks or food, our PI and the postdocs all foot the bill. Like we don't let PhD students pay for drinks. Or any students, like master students or undergraduates. So as a PhD student, I spent 4 years getting free beer. And now I refuse to let a student pay. I'm like, no, and I shove my card on top of the table. And I feel like more labs, considering like I being that poor student, like more labs should take this, because then it really helps with like half of science is socializing.
Yeah.
And talking to other scientists. And if you don't go to any get-togethers, and unfortunately most scientists, at least in the UK and in my field, are very severe alcoholics. So if you don't go out and you don't like participate, like you don't even have to drink, you just have to go with, it like really removes a lot of like fun, crazy, half drunk 1 a.m. Oh my god, this would be so cool to try this scientific thing, which is interesting and is useful. So I feel like more people should subsidize students if they can.
Our grant money funds lab outings like that, so
That's why we don't have any money in the US. I'm kidding. no, but yeah, not the case in the UK. You have to like, if you want money back, you had to like jump through hoops to do that. It's pretty crazy. I had to jump through hoops to like validate my like visa return, and I'm like, yo, I would not get this visa if I didn't get this job. Pay me back. It cost me $3,000.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was crazy.
So a lab tradition that we have in our lab, because we do these things called plaque assays, we work with lytic viruses, meaning in order for the virus to escape the cell, it causes the cell to undergo cell death and break open. Anyway, so we do this procedure called plaque assays to help study that, to look at viral titers and things. They produce a lot of plastic waste, and a lot of times we need to keep the plaque assays around for future reference. So we end up with these stacks and stacks and stacks of plaque assay plates. When we accumulate enough, we like to do dominoes with them. So we set them all up, like either doing one of those, like, it goes through the lab and knocks stuff over as it falls over, or we make a giant photo so that when they all fall over, they make a picture, like the Canadian flag, because our boss is Canadian. So we hoard these plates because we have to, but we like to turn it into a game whenever the PhD students graduate. We take all their plaque essay plates and do like a dominoes thing with them. It's fun.
That sounds like an awesome tradition. Bit dangerous, but hey.
Oh, they're fixed. They're not dangerous.
Oh, okay,
yeah, they're
that's
fixed.
fine.
They're inactive. They're no longer contaminated, stuff like that. They're safe.
Yeah. Do we want to move into another question? Because we still have a ton.
Sure.
Cool. It is adorable, yeah. Okay. Ooh, wheel is stopping. It's a slow wheel. Yes, let's go. Oh, okay. This question. Which kit, component, tool, whatever, should come with a warning label? I mean, most of them already do.
Yeah.
But with like an over-exaggerated warning label, in my opinion.
Yeah, there are warning labels everywhere in science. I think we have that down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have one. There are various chemicals in the lab that are, they have hazard labels so that you don't drink them, or if you get them on your skin, you know that you need to treat it a certain way. There's all sorts of labels like that. However, there's some reagents in the lab that are very, very stinky, and I think they need a stink label.
Yes, a stink label.
So that you know.
Glacial acetic acid, or freaking ethidium bromide, or I don't know.
Or DTT,
or...
Yeah.
DTT. Fucking DTT, man.
Oh, yeah. They
stinks.
need stinky labels so that you prepare yourself.
Is it weird that my nose is so used to DTT that when I smell it, I'm just like, it just stinks. It's fine. I don't know.
Yep.
What do you think DTT smells like? Do you think it smells like burnt rubber, or do you think it smells like something else? Because to me, it smells like burnt rubber.
I don't know how to describe it. Like acetic acid smells like vinegar, but DTT,
really strong vinegar.
To me, it just smells like rotten eggs.
Ah, okay.
Like somebody opens up a Tupperware, very, very old eggs, and that's kind of what it smells like. I know sulfur smells like rotten eggs, but yeah, I don't know.
What'd you say, Vivi?
I just said God, like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Agreeing.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I was agreeing that, yeah, we should maybe incorporate things smelling bad into labels.
Yeah. Also, we are very good with like corrosive and stuff, but our own lab created, like, our lab manager is fantastic, and she's left recently, and we've all been crying because we're getting our old lab manager back, who's
things that are a pain to clean too.
Messy.
Things that are a pain to clean should probably be labeled too.
So
crystal violet.
So she made like an entire how to dispose of like what can you pour down the sink, what can't you pour down the sink, what you need to inactivate before you pour down the sink, if you can't pour down the sink, where do you put it? And like she made an entire like colorful flowchart with names of like reagents and solvents and everything we need to do, because that is all like hidden in Kosh forms, but it's hidden in like the weirdest like table, and it's per reagent, so there isn't really a big summary I have found in any lab. That you kind of have to make it yourself. So I feel like kits like that should have the smell label, definitely, and can you pour it down the sink with a lot of water? And if you can't, what do you do with it? Because I feel like these are the two like idiot proof things. The rest is like self-explanatory. I also feel like wear gloves and lab coat don't drink it is the basics. But these two I feel like are the other two basics that need to be there so that poor undergraduates don't don't kill themselves.
Oh yeah.
Or yeah.
Or so there's some kits that we use to isolate
But
DNA.
I was thinking more about like tarring up the glassware
Oh yeah, that too.
and how much of a pain that is to clean.
Yeah.
Mm.
There's some kits that are very proprietary that you use to isolate DNA and RNA and stuff like that. And because they're proprietary, they don't always list what is in their buffers. And I learned the hard way after bleaching a container that I had emptied this buffer waste into that it creates mustard gas. And so after learning that, I had to like write a disclaimer, and whenever someone came into the lab to use the kit, I'm like, listen, use this kit, but don't add bleach to it when you're done. Just like put it in this container and we'll get the safety officer to come pick it up, because if you put bleach in this, you will make mustard gas and you will singe all your nose hairs, and it's not healthy for you in the long run.
Yeah,
So
'cause
like
Yeah.
I found scientists most of the time, if you don't know what's in, like that's why we never clean each other's benches, because you have to know what you're working with. But the go-to thing for a scientist, if you're working with especially molecular biology, is just grab Vercron or bleach and shove a ton of it in there.
Yeah.
Or 80% ethanol. Those two things, you're like 90% of the time.
If you don't have if you don't have a sense of self-preservation, you can use piranha solution.
A what?
piranha solution.
A mixture of hydrogen peroxide and sulfuric acid.
Oh,
Oh. Okay. It's just I wasn't sure what the okay.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, that would destroy literally everything, I reckon. I feel like
Yes, it does.
not even the notorious fungi we were talking about will survive this. Although mayhaps I don't know. The probably
It will
is a
reduce
strain somewhere.
basically anything organic to carbon dioxide and water.
Yeah.
Hey, at least the byproducts are safe. Oh god, the Nile red fluid. I had to work with it once. Never again. Fucking that dye. I thought Kumasi was bad, but
Oh,
um
speaking of stuff that'll stain the shit out of you, what's it called? Not crystal violet, the blue one. Fuck. Well, I don't remember. Anyway, it's
was it Kumasi? No.
no, it's what you use for like counting cells. I use it all the time. Why can I not
Oh god,
remember
I
the
remember
name?
it. What is it called?
Trypan blue. There we go.
Yes, there we go. Yeah.
It one time they tell you never grab anything by the lid in the lab. Don't do it, because you don't know if the person before you tightened the lid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a scientist that was working next to me, she grabbed this Trypan blue by the lid, and lo and behold, someone didn't tighten the lid down. So she moved it from over the bench, and it fell. She had the lid in her hand, and the bottle fell out from the lid, and it hit flat bottom onto the ground, and it volcanoed up in a geyser, and she got covered in Trypan blue, and it stains immediately. So it stained her skin, it stained her clothes, and she was blue for the next 2 weeks.
My god. Did she get a nickname Smurf?
No, not as far as I know. Everyone was pretty
Okay,
understanding.
Okay, then that's just the labs I'm in, because you will never live that down. Like to your dying day. I said one word when we went mini golfing, and I was drunk as usual, and I was drunk mini golfing, and I looked at a Buddha and I said, "Oh my!" There was like a spotlight on his completely irrelevant story, but I was like, "There's a spotlight on his boobs," and I was like, "Wow, that Buddha has really bright boobs." I until this day, I get sent on WhatsApp just pictures of Buddha statues that my old lab members come by, and I say, "Does this one has nice boobs?" It's been 7 years.
Oh my god!
This is the shit I deal with. So, like, if somebody did this in their lab, they'd be called Smurf, like, until their funeral.
Man.
And a lot of the time, you think they've forgotten it, but it will come back up. Maybe it's just I live in, like, they don't really mean to bully you, but they go out, like, before I left the lab, they glued pictures of Buddha on my bench, on my desk, in my notebook, and they said there's 15. I only ever found 10, and they said there's 5 that you keep passing them. You know where they are, but you just don't see them. It's just sometimes. I mean, I kind of love this like workplace bullying, but at the same time, it gets frustrating. Apologies for that vent, but yeah.
Oh, it's okay.
Do we want another question?
Sure.
By the way, if any of you guys feel like you have a question you want to ask, feel free to interject before I spin and get one from chat, because
I think we've been pretty good about inciting tangents because we think of something.
Oh yeah, yeah, tangential. I was about to say tangentivitis, but nah. All right. Next question. What's the most creative workaround you've used to save an experiment?
Mm.
So
Going to the store to
thing
buy
about
milk.
that
Oh, hold on. Yeah.
is, so I think people imagine a lot of like crazy ideas to like change to like make the experiment, but the thing is, you are very much not supposed to change what you're doing mid-experiment. If it fails, it fails.
That is
I
true.
think in this case, yeah, that is very true. I do one thing that I do, and you're not supposed to, and it never works when I try to do it, but I still do it because, like, paranoid. When I spill something, or like I realize, like, I did this before. I put antibiotic in my agar, put the agar, it's solidified, so I have my agar plates, right? Then I have my solution, and I'm usually working with like 15 to 20 clones at a time with different antibiotic combinations because I'm crazy and I hate myself. And then it's like 7 p.m. already. I've had a 15-hour workday, and I'm like, right, I gotta plate these bitches and go home. And then suddenly, because I have a tweak in my brain, I put the wrong sample on the wrong plate, even though I labeled both. And then there's this moment of panic before I spread it and before it goes, like, can I suck it up quickly and put it on another plate? Because technically, they're still not growing, right? I'm still just plating. I haven't spread them. And I'm like trying, like, with a pipette tip without breaking the, like, I did this. It never worked, but there's always this moment of like, no, I've just spun these cells down. I've just transformed them. I grew them for like an hour. I don't want to throw them away. Damn it! It's an important sample. And yeah, so I've done that before, which is, I think, is kind of like a minor thing, because again, you can always repeat it, but it's frustrating because, like, you did it because of brain dumb rather than the experiment itself not working. But so yeah. That's mine.
But yeah, the thing about science is that because replicability is so heavily stressed, you kind of need to plan out your experiment and then just do that. Yeah. If it's not working, then you failed, and you do something else. You don't change it mid-experiment because you don't think it's going to work.
One thing I would say as well, when you design your experiment, the one big thing I think that's actually more important than your result is your controls. So I've done so many experiments where I had like 6 different controls and only one experimental question, like a sample. And a lot of the time when your like experimental sample works and you're all happy and then your controls don't, that's when you start to shit bricks. Because you're like, oh no, I've designed an experiment poorly, haven't I? What is wrong with this? So I, like, if I look at anyone's paper and I'm like, I'm reviewing anything, or I'm looking at like a student's thing, I'm always asking, like, right, so if your experimental design, especially in biochemistry, you get to like designs where something is not very clear yes or no answer, so it doesn't really tell you exactly, like, I've done this, so this is the result. You kind of have to infer through a lot of selection, interaction of, what actually happened in your experiment. You have a hypothesis and there's like multiple steps. So to make sure that every step goes right, you have to have those controls, I feel. So I feel like that is more important to design. And midway through your experiment, if you start changing things, those controls are invalid anymore. So,
Yep. With some very special exceptions.
Even if it's not in a way that makes it invalid, if you then submit it to a journal,
yeah, they'll just ignore
like doing something wild in the middle. They'll be like, okay, why did you do this? And you're like, well, the first thing wasn't working, so I changed it. They're like, okay, so redo the experiment doing the new thing from the beginning.
Yeah.
And then resubmit.
On that note, reviewer comments, my God, reviewer 2 thing. I've had this thing where during my PhD, the way it grows is that during my 4 years of PhD, the software I did my processing of my microscope images in year 1 changed 4 versions by the time my Viver came up. And so during my Viver and like during my review for my papers revisions, they were like, oh, by the way, the new software can improve this thing that you're doing. So reprocess all of your data using this new software. And I'm like, no.
Oh my God.
Please don't make me do that. Because again, like the data collection takes two days. The processing takes about a month. because how long everything takes. And I'm like, can I not? And I still had to, for the paper, I had to do it. And I had to show proof that because it was taken on an older camera, it didn't help. No matter how good the software is, if the camera's shit. So I was like, I don't have to tell you this. You're also a structural biologist, but okay, you can't just tell the reviewer to fuck off. So I had to do it. So I've been there of like, literally just one new version came out and they were like, oh, it does what the thing that you were, you're struggling with, blah, blah, blah. My God.
I have one story about a time where we had to impromptu do something in order to make sure our experiment continue. And this is the very rare exception in which you can change something and it's okay. So how familiar are you all with Western blots?
Oh, pretty familiar.
So
A little?
A little? Okay, so sometimes the blocking buffer that you're using, instead of using BSA or bovine serum albumin, which is very expensive, you use milk.
Oh yeah.
And
I've never used BSA. I've always used milk.
Yeah, I now always use milk. Well, we ran out of BSA because no one told me that they had used the last of it. And I was in the middle of a Western blot and I was at the blocking steps and I was like, I really need to continue this Western blot. I can't just stop here. And so normally you could order milk powder if you're going to use milk, but we didn't have that luxury. We didn't know we were out of serum albumin. So we literally had to run down to the corner store and pick up milk.
Oh my God.
Okay, so quick mention about Western blots for chat. So in a nutshell, a lot of the time when you have a bunch of proteins in your buffer, right, that you're purifying, and you want to make sure that the protein you want is in there because you can't see it this way. You sometimes put it on this gel where it separates according to weight. So if your protein is pretty heavy, it's pretty big, it will, digest it and, it will run higher than something that's smaller because it will run quicker, right? So Western blot is when you take that gel and then you add a particular antibody that is sensitive to, like, for example, if your protein has a tag or your protein has a lot of histidines, or it is very specific to your particular protein, depends on what antibody you use. And then you basically use that to mark where your protein is. And then depends on what you use to visualize it. You can we use luminescent HRP substrate, or something. And then you put it in a particular machine where if you take a picture in a certain mode, it will show you exactly where the antibody's stuck. So you can be double sure that that's your protein.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, I think that's what Western blot is.
Yes.
And you have to use milk or BSA to block all the other non-interesting proteins so that the antibodies only bind where they have to bind rather than
Right.
Yes. And for blocking, because you're not as worried about the non-specific proteins, you can get away with using something less expensive like milk compared to something more expensive like what we were using, which is albumin, which is a very expensive product.
Sorry to go on about Western blots, but I've honestly, through the entire career, right up until last year, I never run a single Western blot because I was lucky with my SDS gels. However, I started working with membrane proteins, and then I started working with cross-linking membrane proteins, and I was like, right, okay, Western blots it is.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing I can do with this shit. So we actually bought a machine, which gives you we're Rich Lab, gives you like a pre-packed little sandwich. That all you do, you just put your SDS gel on top of it, put it in the machine, 15 minutes it transfers, and then you take it out, and then you just I usually put like an antibody into like 5% milk powder, shove it into just pour it on top of my gel, leave it overnight, come back next morning, image it, it's great. And I've reused that same milk solution with that antibody, I think 15 times before the antibody finally run out.
Yeah.
Like it's so reusable. Like I've literally have that Falcon since like the beginning of this year that I've been using this entire year, and it still works.
Also, big lucky that you have those prepared sandwiches. In our lab, we have to make our own gels and everything like that, and our transfer takes an hour.
I've seen this hell, and I'm like, thank God. That's why I didn't want to do Westerns. And then they got this machine, and I'm like, oh, I like Westerns now. Just make a sandwich is pre-made for me. I don't have to do shit. Sorry, I had a little drink. All right, let's ask another question. Chat's been really good with these, I'm gonna say. Right. Spinny wheel, spinny wheel, spinny wheel. Also, for those of you again new in chat, once again, I'm reminding you, if you want to ask a question, don't just write it as a message. Make sure to put question or Q in front of it so I can recognize it. All right. When will you all learn how to do a Dragon Ball fusion to become the ultimate science VTuber? What are we thinking? What are we thinking?
The technology is not there yet.
I think we need to do a few more of these so we completely sync up. And then once we finish each other's sentences, that's when we can do the Dragon Ball fusion, I reckon.
Oh, not even finish sentences. We say the sentence and end the sentence all at the same time.
Yes. Until we reach complete brain symbiosis, I think this is going to be a bit difficult. So you guys are going to have to wait. Good question. Right, I'll find another one. Let me remove this one so it doesn't come back. There we go. Can't delete it, but yeah. Right.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, bless you. Have some water.
I just drank some.
Hydrate. They're great. Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay. Which routine protocol do you enjoy repeating? What kind of like menial task you're like, oh, thank God, turn your brain off and just do it.
I love cell culture.
Cell culture. Which cell can you specify? Like
a lot.
Bacterial cell.
So human cell lines.
Okay. Can you elaborate on why it is enjoyable and explain how it works for the chat?
Oh man. So we do a lot of infections in human cells because we work with a virus that infects humans. So we have to culture human cell lines. And basically what that means is you grow up what's called a monolayer of human cells in a dish with media that they essentially eat. They absorb the nutrients from this media and they grow all nice and pretty. But if you let them go too long, they'll become overconfluent and they'll stop growing and they'll behave differently. So you need to take a small amount of those cells and put them in a new dish. And that's what cell culture is.
Yep. For me, a basic repetitive task, it's annotating data because it's just, you have like a spreadsheet up and you're kind of like typing things in. And I have like a Twitch stream of like a friend up in the background that I'm like mostly paying attention to. And I like look back and I decide what the next thing is I need to write. It's very like, just relax and type some stuff while watching Twitch.
Amazing. I love that too.
I have like 3 different ones. So one of them is where
I imagine it would have been a huge pain in the years before you could watch a Twitch stream while doing it.
But... Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I find like my I have the one that I use in the office, which is nice because I'm not in a wet lab, and then I have one in the wet lab. So the one in the office is a lot because I work with microscopes. So a lot of the time you take these, I don't know, 30,000 pictures. And then in those 30,000 pictures, you have your proteins, right, in different conformations. And a lot of the time, AI has been developed so much, especially in my field, to like just learn how to pick the right thing, because the software and the AI is really stupid. Okay, I had to manually go in and tell it like, no, wrong, bad, relearn. So no, that was just neural networks before. Now that AI is involved, it became a little bit smarter, but it's still very stupid. But in any case, a lot of the time I worked with very not unusual looking things. So all of like the picking programs, they don't know that they need to pick that. They pick the wrong thing. So I would have to go manually and with my mouse click on 30,000 micrographs where I think the protein is. And I've done this twice with 2 different data sets, and that usually takes a few weeks. That is a very dumb, repetitive task that you have to do because there's no like software. I'm not a programmer. I can't write a software to do this for me. So yeah, that is something where I put up a podcast or something, and I just use an ergonomic mouse and go to town. I don't have to do it anymore, but that was something that was like very meditative for me. In the actual lab, I would say cell plating, but after a few recent hiccups, that's not as fun. But I guess it's, yeah, I guess it's something that maybe like preparing SDS gel samples. To me, that's kind of relaxing because all you have to do is just add 2 things into an Eppendorf, and that's it.
Vortex it, then pour.
No, I usually boil them like at
Oh.
90 degrees and then put it like to denature. So because I don't want to use DTT, so I just put
Oh,
it in there and then put it at 90 degrees to denaturate your protein and then put on an STS gel. But these days, because I also run like a copy for a Western blot, I run like 6 or 8 gels at a time, each with 15 wells. So I have like 30 tubes that I'm just like quietly labeling
do
while
you have
watching a
to
YouTube video.
do you have to sonicate your samples at all, or no?
No, I usually put them at like, honestly, I feel like about 30 seconds or more and 90 degrees does it for me. I've never had a
Interesting.
problem.
We have to sonicate and boil ours.
Oh. Well, maybe some things are more resistant. Like I usually work with either whole bacteria or protein, like pure fat protein. Pure fat protein is so flimsy,
Mm.
doesn't care. Like you leave it out of 4 degrees for a minute and it's already denatured.
Yeah.
You don't even need to boil it.
All of our proteins come out of human cells, so I think the lipid membranes of the organelles and stuff get in the way, so we have to sonicate to
Yeah.
blast those
Yeah.
membranes apart.
But again, every sort of lab depends on what you work on. Like the experiments completely changed. I had to relearn how to do the same thing like 4 different times depending on what I worked on.
Mhm.
It was very different protocols, and some people do certain things certain way, and they say this is the only way to do it, and then you go to a different lab and they do the same thing a different way, and it still works just fine.
Yeah.
And you're like, I can't explain
The
which
isms.
is the right one. It's the isms, yeah. But yeah, I feel like, but yeah, the data entry and like particle picking tasks are the ones that you can definitely turn your brain off and just go hours and hours on. Oh, okay. I'll add this question to the list. We'll grab another one, I guess. Oh shit! I missed one.
I have a question for you. Do you do image analysis, or is it purely numerical?
Me.
Yeah.
Purely numerical.
Okay. That's also cool.
Like I said, my work is so the main focus of my work is drug discovery and precision fermentation.
Oh, okay. For the purposes
Which means I am working like almost all the time with microbes. So,
can you share a little bit about the drug discovery you're working on, or are you under NDA?
I'm currently unemployed.
Oh, so this was a previous job.
I mentioned that. Yeah, it's where my expertise is.
Oh, I understand. Oh, okay, sorry.
It's where I worked before I lost my job.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, market these days is pretty crazy. My contract's coming to an end soon, and I'm like, oh, gotta find a new one. Oh, fun. That's always very stressful. But all I can say is good luck. I'm hoping you'll find something. But yeah, new question. What would happen to the human body if we had 2 hearts? What do we think?
Oh.
Any suppositions? If a human basically a Doctor Who question.
Yeah.
If the human had 2 hearts, what do we think potential ramifications on the human body would be?
Well, I think so.
That's like it depends on what you mean. If you do mean like 2 hearts like a cephalopod, which is it's very much a mammalian style heart just split in 2. Like our hearts have 2 chambers which pump in one direction, 2 chambers which pump in the other direction, and in cephalopods those are separate.
Or do you mean
really functionally different?
Like you take a human
hearts, like two hearts,
and you put a second heart in them? Like, did we evolve to have 2 hearts? Like, what would that mean? Or are you taking a person who's supposed to have 1 heart and giving them 2?
Yeah, I think
if you gave them 2, what it would do is it would raise blood pressure to very dangerous levels.
Could burst your blood vessels, and that's bad. Also, like you'd need to sync them very well because the entire blood of your body, from my understanding, again, I'm not very good with anatomy, is like the 2 pumps of your 2 chamber, like the 4 chambers of the heart, right? And they pump in tandem, like in and out. It manages to pump the blood across your entire body this way. So if you have a second one, it needs to be synced perfectly with the first one. Otherwise, well, I don't know. It's not going to work, I think.
I'm not sure how you would even go about syncing them because there's one nerve that controls your heart beating.
Mm.
and you can't split the nerve. How would you connect the second heart to the nerve to get it to beat? Like, the heart will beat on its own. That's what the cells are made to do. And it's actually very cool. If you take heart cells and put them in a petri dish and grow them as a
I read that
monolayer,
somewhere.
you can see
Yeah,
them
yeah,
beating. But
yeah.
the issue comes with is even if it's beating, it's not controlled unless you connect it to the nerve.
Mm.
So it'd be off tempo, and that might cause a lot of problems. Or it wouldn't
Yeah.
beat strongly. It would just be
Mhm.
the cell's reaction to getting oxygen.
Mm. Cool.
I don't
I
think
hope
you
that
would live
answers your
very well,
question. Yeah.
is the short of
Yeah,
that.
it's not feasible, and there's a reason. Humans have one heart, and most mammals do. So,
Mhm.
all right. I'll spin another one for another question before anybody puts it in chat. Um, let's see. Let's see what we get. Huh. Ooh. Yes. This is a good one. Uh, what's the smallest thing that consistently ruins your day? I reckon that is more for me and for me and Maeve about the lab, and I guess for you, Vivi, maybe for from your previous experience of like when you were working on a particular project. What is the one thing they're like? It's not that big of a deal, but it just pisses you off so much when it happens.
Sorry, what was the part of the question? I was distracted by something.
Oh no. So, what is the smallest thing that consistently ruins your day? I reckon it's like either a bug or a mistake or a problem that's like not that bad to fix, but it just happens consistently, and it's gets annoying. There's nothing you can do to prevent it happening.
Sample's not growing.
Yeah, yeah, that. You set up, you take your glycerol stock or your transformation, you put it on a plate, everything is fine, and then it just doesn't. Then you're like, okay, you try the DNA,
And you only realize it failed like a fucking day later. And you have to do it
yeah.
again. And then
You
it didn't
test,
work that time. So you have to do it again the next day. And then again the next day. And
yeah,
then
and
it
then
finally works.
at some point you're just like, okay, maybe it's the DNA. Then you do the sequencing, and the DNA is fine. You're like, okay, it's the cells. You retransform in a different cell line, and it's fine. And you're like what the fuck is it? And then you grow it again, and it still doesn't grow. And you're like, what? And then suddenly it's just because it wasn't feeling it. Even you even think it's the LB or like it's the medium. And then I do same medium, same sample. The day after, it's fine. And I do not have an explanation for this. It's absolutely bizarre. What about you, Maeve? Any other ones like small issues that you're like?
Yeah, when people use the last of something and don't make a note to put it on the order form so no one knows that it's out until you go to do a big experiment and realize there is none of that thing. I hate it.
Yes. I second this.
Yeah.
This is why we have an ordering system that yells at you if something gets low. But a lot of the time, people don't update the ordering system. And you're like, that's why we have an ordering system. Update it. Yeah, it's. I always like. I'm so paranoid that if I like open a bottle and I see that there is no second bottle to open, I order 5 more. I'm just like, nope. I do not ever want to run out of this. Go back to the milk incident. Yes, we all are very salty towards certain things. But yeah, oof. I feel like there are some universal things that it doesn't matter what you do in what lab. It's just the same. All right. I've spun for another one. Oh, more. So many questions. This is a long one. Speaking of AI tools, what are all of your opinion on the development of AlphaFold, RF diffusion, and other emerging AI tools in this field and their applications and impacts? I have
invaluable.
I have an essay, so
yeah.
They're incredible.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hi, Poobon.
AI in science is not like generative AI in art. AI in science is very useful and very necessary, especially when it comes to human limitations.
It's like in fact, it's kind of an entirely different branch of AI development from LLMs in general.
Yeah, it's very nice.
And if anything, LLMs have kind of screwed it over because people are like, we can use LLMs for everything. Let's only invest in LLMs.
No, yeah,
Can you to me who's a noob to programming, could you please explain the difference between LLM, like what you're mentioning, the two types of AI? Because I don't know this. So
Okay, so an LLM is usually what people complain about with AI when it comes to either generative to any kind of generative stuff, like ChatGPT and so on. It's a large language model, whereas primarily it is structured through like statistical prediction of like language, basically.
Mhm.
I could go into more detail in it, but I don't know how to simplify it down, and I don't want to get like into the weeds.
Explain.
Um, the But in essence, LLMs are focused first on language and simulating language and predicting language. And the push is to try and like treat this as if because it can hold a conversation by just predicting what the next appropriate response is, to like treat it as if it's like generally intelligent, which it absolutely is not.
Mm-mm.
It's still just predicting linguistic responses. Um, The AI used in AlphaFold is a more general form of machine learning that is purpose built for that
Yeah.
and isn't really focused on language.
No. Well,
Anyways, regarding the things we talked about, I stream Silent Hill on Fridays. So,
Well, technically, yeah. Technically, when you think about it, I think from what I read, because I think I read like one, not the original AlphaFold paper, but the new updated one. It's they use the multiple sequence alignments as part of
mhm.
their generative AI. It's kind of not generative, but as a part of their system, which is technically consisting of amino acid letters. So technically, it's a language model, but it's not really. It's not the same. Um, I don't know. But yeah, I found AlphaFold for a second when it came out. I was like, oh no, is it going to replace my job? Because my job is literally solving protein structures. And I was like, oh shit, AlphaFold does my job for me. We all shat bricks a little bit. And then we realized that actually all of this predictive structures do need to be validated, at least validated by experimental means anyway. So our job will never be gone. But it did really
Yeah.
help a lot, especially when we're
The thing
trying to,
is,
yeah.
especially in drug discovery, um, a lot of it is basically bulk trial and error testing,
yeah.
right? Um, we can't accurately predict um, there is no like mathematical way to accurately predict how something works, even without AI or with AI. Um, so most of the time, it's narrowing down things that might work and then testing them in bulk.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times, what you'll do is you'll make a bunch of slightly different variations on a chemical and test those.
Yeah. I mean, I have a
And
personal,
all of
yeah.
these AI tools help us narrow down which to try first. The fact that they're wrong a large percentage of the time is not a consequence here, because it's not like a huge concern here, because we are trying a bunch of shit to see if it works
Yeah, yeah.
anyways.
So I actually have a personal like story about this. As I said, I'm working on like trying to stick two things together and see how they interact. And my problem is one of the things when you're trying to clean up your proteins and you pull them out of your bacteria, it falls off and there's nothing you can do to glue it back on. You kind of have to do it while it's in the membrane, while it's inside bacteria doing things. So we did an AlphaFold model to see the interactive interface between these two, and it predicted how these two are going to stick together. And I looked at the amino acids on the interface between the two, picked a few that weren't co-evolved. So co-evolved residues are the ones that through evolutionary tree they basically change together. So if one of them
Mhm.
changes to a positive, the other one will change into a negative. If one of them changes to a negative, the same one, the second one will change to a positive. So they're like co-evolving through the tree. Just explaining to the chat. So that instead of those, because those seem to be important for function, I picked the ones that were right next to them, but still kind of facing into the interface to get my molecular superglue crosslink in. And out of 17 candidates, I've tested all of them. Only one worked, but one worked.
Hmm.
So
That's big.
AlphaFold really saved me freaking time, because there's no structure
Yep.
of this monster that we're working on that is complete. at the moment. That is my job to do.
Yeah.
So we, and also with structural biology, with most of the software written for processing these large data sets of like 30,000 images from an electron microscope, all of this is like through the power of averaging is how you get that structure. And before, like back in 1990s, I still met a professor who had to use like in crystallography these like sheets, and they like layer them on top of each other to solve like a whole PhD was solving one protein. Like it was insane.
Oh
Just
yeah, those
yeah,
days.
those days. I saw a thesis with those sheets in there. Some cameras like had like physical, like the microscope image comes out in a film, and then you had to like reveal the film. So a lot of microscope rooms still have the like red room where they reveal film. Not all cameras were digital. And then obviously like again, but just the processing. So I was there before when the before AI, as they say, where you would have to like train a model to pick your protein, right? And most of the time, the initial models were trained on apoferritin or a ribosome, which are globular. Okay, they're just a blob, and there's a lot of them, and they look very like a circle. But stuff like I work on filaments, on tubes. I work on slightly elongated things. I work on things that look like a dick or a shoe. And this is something this program, which was designed to pick circular things, just doesn't recognize. It won't find it, and it will look at an image and say, "Oh, I see it," and it just picks random thing that's not there, right? So these like models that learn are very good because you can give it from AlphaFold. You can like give them like, this is what it's supposed to look like. Now find this in my micrograph, please, or like in my image, please. And you train your model, and then the model picks it correctly. I mean, most of the time, about 80%. But still, like that saves that literally saves me so much time.
The thing to emphasize is that biochemistry, molecular biology, and such are a lot of educated guesswork and trial and error to begin with. In which case, AI just making its pure statistical predictions that are wrong a decent percentage of the time is like, it helps narrow things down, basically. Because again, we're just guessing anyways, and this way we can make our guesses a little bit more accurate.
Yeah. But machines, I highly doubt will ever really have the intuition that people have. So they won't replace our jobs. They just make our jobs a heck of a lot more streamlined.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of your job is not going to be now this like manual, slow, repetitive bullshit that you had to deal with. They're going to be like, "Oh, I made the computer do all the manual, repetitive bullshit for me, and it narrowed it down to these 5 things. Now I can do the smart experiments that nobody's ever done before, design my own shit with just these 5 samples. And if none of them work, then I'll go back to the machine and say, right, you predicted wrong. What did I, maybe my premise was wrong or something," which saves you a lot of time. As I said before, it took an entire 4 or 5 years to solve one protein structure. Now, if your PhD doesn't have at least a very big complex, or your structure plus a bunch of functional experiments, you ain't gonna pass it, or the paper isn't gonna get published. It's just the standards are different now. So the type of work you do is changed.
Yes.
Also, more conservative, specialized machine learning systems are less likely to hallucinate the way LLMs do.
Oh, yeah. They can't be as, what's it called when an AI gets corrupted? There's a name for it. Never mind.
Hallucination?
No.
Hallucinating?
Oh, gosh, I can't remember.
We actually have
it's
this
fine.
thing when we have this new AI addition to our software.
There's a couple I can think, like overtraining.
It's supposed to like this one that I'm talking about. It's supposed to like, we use maps, whatever. It's supposed to like sharpen your map. It's supposed to sharpen
poisoned.
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 Yes.
But in our case, that map sharpening, sometimes it says it hallucinates like parts of the map. That's literally the term we're used now. So our AI hallucinates. Which
yes.
I find it's a little bit funny. Yeah. All right.
It does it a lot less than LLMs because of the more tailor-made architecture. It's not like spitting out what it expects you want in the same way.
Yeah, very true. Now, a little bit more, less of a, I guess, serious discussion. Weirdest thing that has happened in a petri dish while you're doing experiments.
Oh.
So have a think about that one. So I have one. We had a master student who finished his project and left. And we told him to clean his bench, and of course he didn't. And he basically had this cardboard box that just said "Do not open" on his bench for, I don't know, a few months. It said "Do not open." Okay, we
Oh,
follow
no.
instructions.
Did
And
he
then
have
our
a
boss
pet?
is like, yeah,
Yeah,
boss is
that's
like, "What is
that's
in
the
there?"
thing. Is usually when someone leaves instructions on their shit, like leave this on, don't
Yeah,
open
you
this.
don't touch it, right? And
You follow the instructions because you don't want to ruin someone's
experiment, yeah.
$100,000 experiment.
Yeah, but he's been like gone for like at least a month at this point, and we're just like, this is on his bench, and we're sure it's none of ours, so it must be his. But didn't he clean up? And then we were waiting for our boss to come over and deal with it, because it's not our job to deal with it; it's our boss's job to deal with it. And when he opens it, the guy was working on Pseudomonas, okay, and there's some plates that are dry as hell of Pseudomonas in there. And I'm sorry, but it wasn't Pseudomonas growing. It was some sort of a mutated fungus.
Yeah.
That I was like, it was multicolored. I wanted to take a picture, but obviously, like, the boss immediately put the box back on it and said, okay, I'm going to call a health and safety officer.
Oh no, right into the autoclave box to be autoclaved. Oh
right
my
into
goodness.
the autoclave.
Just shove it in there. No, he was so scared. He didn't want to, like, we had a problem with our autoclave getting, like, infected, because we only have, like, for that department we're working on, we didn't have our own autoclave. We had, like, a department autoclave.
What?
And you didn't want to shove something that might
Wait,
ruin your autoclave.
wait.
How is
Your
your
autoclave
autoclave getting infected?
Yeah, your autoclave that's meant to sterilize is getting infected.
I mean, we worked on some stuff that people worked on, like heat resistant proteins and heat resistant bacteria. So
Oh,
but
yeah.
we told them, like, you do your own autoclave. So they needed to put like Vercron in it and bleach before they autoclaved it.
Oh, autoclaving bleach. Damn. Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. So like, but this particular one was like, okay, at this point, it's a health and safety problem.
Yeah.
it's not us a problem. It got cleaned up, but yeah, it was pretty crazy.
I forgot. What was the question? Please remind me. Something.
Yeah, the question
Craziest
was,
thing happened in a petri dish.
Yes, weirdest thing that has happened in a petri dish while you're doing experiments. Technically. Sorry, I'm gonna step away real quick to feed the dog. But I'm still here. You can go on.
Okay.
Keep talking.
Let me see. I mean, obviously, I think everyone has stories when working with petri dishes, like in undergrad as well as in jobs and everything like that, where something mysterious was growing on it. And generally, the protocol in those instances is if you aren't sure what it is and it looks suspicious, you don't open the petri dish.
You just fucking autoclave it.
Yeah, you just autoclave it and move on with your life. Well, you parafilm it shut so it can't open, and then you autoclave it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have any particular stories. Just people contaminating cell lines. Oh, wait! Okay, I worked in industry at one point, and we worked in a highly sterile environment. So whenever there was a contamination, you had to do environmental testing to figure out where the contamination came from. And we sent the bacteria culture off for sequencing so we could determine what the source was, whether it was truly environmental or if it came from a person, because some bacteria only live on people, just like some bacteria can't live on a person, they can only live in the environment. It came back as a human-specific bacterium, so it lives on your skin. And when I did research into what this bacterium was, so we could figure out how to avoid contaminating our stuff with it, it came back as a bacterium that is only present when someone has an infection of certain areas of their body that you should be washing your hands after you touch.
Oh no.
So we had to explain, because you also, in industry, you initial everything so they know that whose it was and everything like that. So
well, you should do it anywhere anyway.
Yeah,
not just industry. But yeah.
We had to go as the environmental testing team to this individual and be like, hey, you need to wash your hands after you go to the bathroom.
It must be so embarrassing.
Oh my god. Oh no, I've heard a bunch of stories like that.
Yeah, so
not necessarily with the samples being contaminated with someone's, crotch fungus, but
yeah.
Oftentimes people giving themselves like infections down there.
Yeah. Like as I said before, I worked with Campylobacter, which is in general, it's like if you eat raw chicken, and chicken had Campylobacter in it, the chicken would be fine, but then when you eat it, you get Campylobacteriosis, which means you just get really bad runs. They're not going to kill you most of the time, but the problem with the C. diff Campylobacter infection is that the stuff that doesn't kill you, it creates these little pockets inside your intestine, and it sits there for 40 years, 30 years, and then slowly, by producing certain toxic proteins, causes neurodegenerative disease later.
Oh,
So you get the runs, and then
Oh.
30 years later, you become immobile. Fun times.
what the
Or your
fuck?
nervous system shuts down. Yeah. Campylobacter is a nasty little shit. So again, it's not deadly yet, but it's a time bomb. And so we worked with Campylobacter, and we worked with a really infectious strain for reasons. It was very isolated. It was still category 2, because again, it's not cat 3. And I remember every time I'd get the runs, my brain would go, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I gotta get it tested. Just in case. Thankfully, never had to deal with it since then. I'm like, E. coli, just E. coli. Ye old K12, please.
Mhm.
None of this crazy time bomb bacteria anymore. But yeah, no, never again. It was like a whole big panic for every person who worked with it. Like, oh no.
Bro.
And then you realize, I just ate bad curry.
As someone who gets anxiety poops, I couldn't imagine. Like, anytime I'd get stressed, I'd be like, no, this is it. This is the time. And then that would just make it worse.
Oh, no. Yeah, oh yeah. Okay, moving on from questions about poop. There is, but yeah, again, sorry, to go back about poop again. We had, in our department, we worked with C. diff as well. And one of my colleagues worked with C. difficile spores, which is the type, I think C. diff, I don't know if it's the only bacterium, but it has this like sporulation phase where it like goes dormant in this very hard, sort of weird shell. And she was testing it by putting it in an electron microscope and shooting an electron beam that can technically not melt, but like damage metals, and it's still germinated afterwards.
Wow.
So yeah, nasty thing that. All right, question: have any of you ever made s'mores with a Bunsen burner?
No, however, literally just the other day, we had someone come into our lab to light a cigarette with our Bunsen burner and then leave.
Oh my god.
That is, I'm sorry, but that is main character behavior. Right there.
Yeah.
You definitely like never bring food into the lab, but like
cigarettes technically ain't food, but yeah.
But
And
someone
this-
might grab the Bunsen burner and use it outside the lab for like some kind of gathering or something.
Yeah.
So our Bunsen burners have to be connected to a gas line in the lab, so they don't have their own butane tanks or anything. So this person literally had to come into the lab, turn the Bunsen burner on that's attached to the hose system, and then light their cigarette and then leave.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's main character behavior. No, I've never had s'mores on a Bunsen burner. I think, have I ever had s'mores? I might have. I might not. But no, yeah, we adhere, considering like considering what I worked with in the lab. You don't you don't want any of that in your digestive system at any point. It's quite nasty. You shouldn't. But yeah. That does sound like more work. Like lighters are fine. Just use a lighter.
Well, according to
reason
the
they
people who were in the lab when this happened, the person came in and said they didn't have a lighter and asked if they knew what they could use to light something on fire. And the people were like, oh yeah, Bunsen burners light things on fire. And they didn't know this man was going to light a cigarette. And I was just like, wow. You didn't think to stop him when he pulled out the cigarette after you lit the Bunsen burner to tell him, hey, no, don't do that. But whatever.
I mean, it could be, I don't know, how many of you watched the BBC TV show Sherlock? There was a season
I have not.
where there is basically this guy who just walks into Sherlock and Watson's living room, talks shit to them, pisses in their fireplace, and just leaves. And at this point, Watson just sits there and like, did you just piss in their fireplace? I'm like, this is similar, I feel like, of the audacity just freezes you for a second.
Mm.
And while usually you would stop them, you were just so unexpected.
Is
and
this really
so quick and
happening?
nonchalant. Yeah, your brain is having a bit of a, is this happening? Am I just hallucinating? No, okay. Right. Another question, which I think we can start with Vivi answering, because I'm very curious, is what is one thing from your respective fields you think everyone else, I want to say in this discussion room, would be surprised by? I think we've talked a little bit more about what each of us works in. So let's see if you can think of something in your respective sort of expertise that people will be really surprised, like we will be surprised by.
That's hard to think of. Like, what in particular? What is most surprising?
I have one. So I work with viruses that can cause hemorrhagic fevers, which is a fancy way of saying you'll bleed out of your orifices if you get these. And yet,
Yeah.
even though they cause these horrendous diseases, we only work with them in a BSL-2 level environment, or a BSL-2 plus in some cases, because they're vector-borne through arthropods, or mosquitoes or ticks. So even though I work with these viruses, we don't have to have all these special safety precautions because they can't aerosolize and cause problems. Well, they can aerosolize, but if you inhale them, they're not going to infect you. They need to be injected into your bloodstream. So, yeah.
Oh, fascinating. The moment when you said viruses and then BSL-2, I went, huh?
Yeah,
My
I
brain
wanna
immediately
say,
went,
actually, you know what? It's how unserious people in the field of genetics are about their work, I think. Because I mentioned mine is like precision fermentation, but like that whole field is about engineering like yeast and bacteria to like make things genetically. So it's very heavily overlapped with genetics, and geneticists are like, there's very much a sort of like twisted sense of humor. If you've ever looked it up, a lot of genes have really stupid names.
Yeah.
Pac-Man protein.
Yeah, there was a Clockwork Orange gene or something at some point.
Sonic Hedgehog.
Yeah, yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog. That's the infamous one. We actually in my uni we did a bar crawl. Where
There's also there's also the gene called makes caterpillars floppy.
Yeah. So I remember, we had to dress up as a funny gene for our bar crawl. I dressed up as Clockwork Orange. Somebody dressed up as Hedgehog. So yeah, it was that particular point is a really fun. I mean, I guess if you get to name a gene, it's boring if you just name it a bunch of letters and a number.
Yeah.
Come on.
Nowadays, there's like an official systemic naming scheme.
Yeah. I've
So
noticed
genes no longer get funny names.
Yeah.
However,
Like
geneticists are still like find places to do like their weird sardonic humor.
Yeah. I guess in my field, I'm thinking what would be surprising. I've got two things. I'm not sure if they're surprising. One of them relates
But yeah,
to
people
math.
like expect scientists. Like I guess a lot of people expect scientists to be like stuffy, over serious people, and like with geneticists, it is definitely not the case. Geneticists are fucking weirdos who like treat everything like a bit like a weird joke.
Yeah. So my surprising thing, one of them is about math and one of them is about liquid nitrogen. Which one do you want to hear?
Oh, liquid nitrogen.
All right. So you know how there's a lot of safety regulations with liquid nitrogen because it's basically can cool things down to like a minus 180 degrees Celsius. I don't know about Fahrenheit. You guys deal with your own temperatures, but very, very cold. Okay. And there's and also the danger of liquid nitrogen is the fact that if you spill a little bit of it, it as a liquid form, it takes up like a little bit of space. But when it turns into gas, it like expands 5 or 6 times its size. And if you don't have oxygen, it displaces oxygen. If you don't have oxygen sensors in the room, there isn't this like when you kneel and you go, ugh, and you pass out. You literally just stand there talking and then blank. You're just unconscious and you're dead because there's no oxygen. So you know, that is the safety regulations. Now, the fun part about especially cryo-EM, which is cryo-electron microscopy, is what I work on. The level of not giving a fuck that we have towards liquid nitrogen is so scary towards new people. So I never wear any PPE. When I use liquid nitrogen, I don't wear gloves. I just take the tank, I get a bowl, and I just pour it in. Some of it goes out of the bowl in my hand, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. And you know what? The reason is if you do everything in liquid nitrogen quick enough, you're fine. And all the rooms you use it in have oxygen sensors. If that shit starts beeping, yeah, leave. But if it's not beeping, you good. And the most important thing, if you spend too much time with liquid nitrogen, it ices over, and that creates water crystals. And that's bad for structural biology. You don't want any water crystals anywhere in your cryo-EM. So the whole point is, it's the faster you work, you can even fully put your arm in a vat of liquid nitrogen. If you pull it out quick enough, no damage, because the inherent heat of your body will create a sort of a fake glove.
The Louden-Frost effect.
Yeah, for a few seconds, and you'll be fine. So another fun fact about it, most cryo-EMists especially, we use tweezers in liquid nitrogen. We have to pre-cool them. And we don't wear gloves for the reason that you don't want, your glove to freeze to your hand. So most of us just don't feel the cold burn in our fingertips. Like, we literally burn off our fingertips while we do this. So I have, like, I don't feel a cold burn anymore, is what I'm about to say. And this is, like, such a common thing that I noticed nobody except cryo-EMists, like, I guess it becomes a superpower. Like, I can literally, like, take out a -80 freezer, just metal thing with my bare hands, dig through it, put it back in, and just no bother. While I see other people go, cold, ow, and I'm like, yeah, I don't feel anything anymore.
The Celsius, by the way. In America, scientists still use Celsius. We use, like, metric units in science in America.
It's very funny, actually, that, like, when you're an American scientist and you're used to, like, ordinary everyday stuff being in Fahrenheit, and then science is in Celsius, you end up with this, like, really weird cognitive disconnect between what you use Fahrenheit and Celsius for.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I do not know, like, I use Celsius all the time for science. And whenever I give numbers regarding science, I'll give them in Celsius. However, I have no idea what a normal room temperature is in Celsius.
Yeah.
23.
I guess a European person like me, like, I do not comprehend Fahrenheit. Like, I barely comprehend Kelvin. So when somebody tells me something in Fahrenheit, I'm like,
or like,
is that high? Is that low? I don't know.
When I'm doing chemical reactions, I know the temperature is in Celsius. When I'm cooking, though, it has to be in Fahrenheit to make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It's bizarre.
My state of reference for how hot or cold Celsius is in reference to body temperature and 0. So 0 Celsius is obviously 32 Fahrenheit, and then 37 Celsius is body temperature. So if it's, like, close to one of those things, I can roughly use that to gauge how hot or cold something is in Celsius.
So yeah, liquid nitrogen is -180.
Oh, our tanks are -120. Interesting.
Yeah. But it needs, I think, because for what we're doing, we're trying to condense ethane gas. So to condense ethane, it needs to be at minimum -180. So, like, I think liquid nitrogen can go even colder, but that is, like, we do have, like, something that boils it to prevent it from icing over or something.
I wonder if it's a density thing. How dense it is determines how cold it gets. I don't know. I'm not a physicist.
Yeah. No, same. I work with so much biophysics, and I don't know anything about physics. Like, the explanation of how an electron microscope works, I had to learn that from my Viver. And I sat there through the explanation, like, through the YouTube videos, through reading, and I'm like, I still don't get what the hell this, like, the fraction pattern, like, what? Like, how do you back calculate and correct for a contrast transfer function? Why is there so much math? I'm a biologist. Stop giving me math. And then, I learn it, and I'm like, okay, I know it for literally 20 minutes. And then when somebody asked me to explain it in 3 days, I'm like, oh, I already forgot it. Okay, let me read it up again. So I don't know how I do this job. Alrighty. We are, we're less than 10 questions left. That's
amazing.
We don't have to answer all of them, obviously. If you guys feel tired and you're like, okay, we have to go. I didn't set an end time for this, depending on how we feel, but do tell me. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep going. So, question for Vivi specifically: what sort of yeast can you best recommend to me for making bread?
I don't know. I don't bake bread.
There you go. That's your answer, my dude. Whoever asked this question, you're welcome.
Oh, speaking of bread and yeast, they've recently revived an ancient.
Go
ahead.
Sorry, I want to say when I work with yeast, I mean I work almost exclusively with baker's yeast because it is like the extremely well-studied model organism that everyone starts with when engineering yeast for specific precision fermentation purposes.
Is it the Saccharomyces cerevisiae?
Yes.
That's the one.
They recently unearthed some ancient bread that was buried with someone, and they cracked it open and extracted yeast samples from it, and they're trying to isolate specific yeast strains from, I think it's like 2,400 years ago.
Damn.
Yeah, and they're trying to bring it back so that they can make ancient bread out of ancient yeast.
Listen, this is the kind of science I think is just dope as shit, okay? This is what we should be doing. All of this, like, I'm so tired and so sick of all of this cancer research. Can we please?
When did people start using cultivated yeast, actually, in bread?
A while back, actually, I think.
I know, but, like, okay, for most of antiquity, the way you do it is you leave the bread outside. So random fucking yeast.
No, don't you agree? Like sourdough culture, that was the big. That's the easiest.
It was, method. But in like the ancient world, they left in ancient Egypt and so on, in Sumeria, they left the bread outside to collect yeast naturally.
I guess then every bread in every area would have different yeast that would make it, which is made bread.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this would have been by the time they started actually doing cultivated yeast.
Without being
which actually started with making beer, actually.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You take the yeast from beer to make bread.
Sorry, you were saying something, Maeve?
According to AI Overview, the Egyptians started using yeast for bread and beverages around 1300 to 1500 BCE, and then you have records from Sumeria and Babylonia from around 6000 BCE.
Okay, so that's the AI Overview getting confused because that is records of them doing it via collecting natural yeast by leaving the dough outside.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
This is more of like cultivated yeast.
Yes. I'm wondering when they started
homework.
using cultivated yeast.
If somebody finds that out, okay, chat. If you find that out, put it in chat. That's your that's something that the exact date the three of us don't know, but if you find it, kudos to you.
The 1860s. according to a Anchor Yeast Knowledge Center. It was not until Louis Pasteur's pioneering scientific work in the late 1860s that yeast was identified as a living organism and the agent responsible for alcoholic fermentation and dough leavening. Shortly following these discoveries, it became possible to isolate yeast in a pure culture form.
Yeah, because
because what they were doing, they weren't isolating it. They would just have a yeast culture that they would transfer between breads and from beer cultures.
Yeah, you would do like what we do for mammalian cells these days. You would like subculture bread.
But
I remember.
I'm wondering when they started doing that, transferring the yeast.
I think because if you read like any literature, I mean, not a lot of people write literature from back 18th century, and then they mention like this is how we make bread. I mean, you can find stuff like that, but in a lot of places, like in rural areas, they'd be like, you would sometimes go to your neighbor to get like a subculture of the bread.
So I guess then the question is, when did yeast starters become a thing? Is that what we're...
That's it. That's the starter. That's the word I was looking for, yeast starter. Fascinating. I'll move on to the next question, and if we come up with the date for the yeast, we can always come back. Was there any moment where something went so horribly wrong that you almost needed new pants? I assume from shitting yourself.
It wasn't an experiment going wrong, but when you're in a biosafety cabinet, there is this system that basically shoots a curtain of air down so your samples don't get contaminated. And it's loud. It makes a lot of noise. And our cell culture room is like in this corner, and people can very easily startle you. And the amount of times I've been working with samples and someone flies around the corner and like says something really quickly and loudly and I jump, The amount of times I've spilled things because someone scares the shit out of me, it's not fun.
Anything from you, Vivi? Or are you still thinking?
I work with computers.
I mean, have you ever spilled a large amount of liquid on a computer and it started smoking? You're like, oh shit.
Or didn't
Oh,
have
shit.
autosave and
careful
lose
about
hours of
that.
work.
Yeah, that's that.
I'm
These are
careful
all.
about that.
Yeah. I'm notoriously super clumsy in the lab. So I have one incident that wasn't my fault, and I will ride or die with it, and one incident that totally was my fault. So the one that was my fault is when we used reusable spreaders for bacteria, you dip them in like 70% ethanol, and then you flame them to get rid of the ethanol and to disinfect your spreader, like your glass spreader, and then you spread your stuff on it. And you keep repeating it. And if you do it too quickly, sometimes what happens is you might dip your spreader while it's on fire into the ethanol and set fire to the ethanol. And the whole entire box, it was literally like dip, flame, spread, flame, dip, flame, spread, flame. And then I did something and literally went, and I went, oh, fuck. And I was running around because it kept burning. I was like, what do I do? What do I do? And then my friend just takes a book, like a notebook, puts it on top, and like it snuffs out the fire. And then she looks at me like, what is wrong with you? And just walks away. I'm standing there like, oh, I panicked for nothing. I just needed to prevent the oxygen from coming. But I was like, oh, no, I can't use a fire extinguisher because it's ethanol. Oh my God, what do I do? So yeah, that was, that was a bit of a pants shitting moment.
Bunsen burner ethanol fire. Sometimes when you flame your spreader and it has ethanol on it, if you have too much ethanol, the ethanol will drip off while it's burning. Imagine it dripping off onto the hose and melting a hole in the hose that fuels the Bunsen burner gas supply. And now all of a sudden you have a second little Bunsen burner flame coming out of the hose.
Oh shit. Oh God. That's why there's always a gas cutoff button.
Yes.
In any lab that has gas tubing. So like we work with canisters because we're not like equipped for that.
Mhm.
But I worked in the other lab and they always tell you where that big red button is that you're supposed to click if something's wrong with the gas supply for the Bunsen burners, because it just cuts it off for the entire lab for like a few minutes until you can fix it. So at least there's a safety thing for this. They first saw this.
But it's still scary when it happens to you the first time.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden there's a second fire spout shooting at you. Ugh.
Yeah. One of the other ones that kind of I shat myself, but I was an undergrad when this happened. So I was bringing I was bringing my E. coli like in big flasks to I had to go upstairs to a 37-degree room to like let it grow. And I filled this flask, covered the flask, hold it in my hands, I go up, and then as I'm in that room and I'm about to put it in like the shaker, suddenly out of nowhere I hear a big splash, and I look down, and these are like genetically modified E. coli. They're not like, thankfully it's just E. coli, but it was genetically modified. It was like 2 liters of it, and it's all over my boots. It's all over the floor. There's broken glass, and in my hand, I'm just holding the lip of the triangular flask, and there's a clean, almost like samurai sword cut through it, and I'm just looking at it like, I have no idea how it happened. I didn't bump it or anything. I think it was just an old flask that just fractured at the right angle. And at the right moment where I'm standing, like thankfully in a lab coat, but covered in like E. coli.
Yeah.
And I stood there for a minute, like, and I went to find the health and safety officer, like, how do I clean this up again? I'm sorry. She's like, what'd you do? And I'm still holding the lid. And she's like, the lip of the thing. She's like, wow, that is a very clean cut. I'm like,
it just broke.
It just broke. But yeah, that was another like sudden out of nowhere pants shitting moment. Otherwise, it's pretty fine. I'm pretty chill in the lab. All right. We are, I think, down to like 8 questions.
Amazing.
Yeah, going through these. I mean, most of these are from
I need to take a bio break, so I'll be back.
Oh no, of course. Yeah, no problem. Me and Maeve can just like girl tag. Yeah, my dog's been. I fed him, but he's been crying because he's bored. Funny story. Again, irrelevant to science. My dog jumped out of a 3rd-story window.
What?
And he twisted his like ankle.
Uh-huh.
He could have died, but he was fine. And now he limps, but he has to be like on rest because it's a soft tissue damage.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's been housebound for the last 4 months. And we take him out only to pee and poo, so he's not being on a proper walk, so he's just bored.
Oh, poor baby.
And he starts crying when he's bored. Yeah, he might need surgery, but like it's not none of this is life-threatening. It's all about like quality of life. He's not in pain, he's just bored.
Yeah.
So and again, it could have been much worse. He could have like had a concussion, perforated something,
Oh
internal
yeah,
bleeding.
ruptured
All he
organs.
had
Oh
is literally, honestly, we would rather he had a broken bone because that would have healed easier.
yeah.
Like he literally just pulled like an Achilles tendon or something, and now he's struggling.
Oh.
And even the swelling went down. So, but yeah, so it's more of an inconvenience to everybody, including him. But otherwise, yeah, he's fine.
I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah, he's fine. And I mean, worst comes to worst, like he'll just be a little limpy golden retriever, which is he's cute anyway. Heyo.
Welcome back.
Oh, I've returned, and I apparently need to do some squats.
Oh yeah,
Use
go ahead.
redeem.
Yes, I understand. I also have a squat. Well, not squat. I have a fitness test, which is like the I do like was it 20 squats, 10 squats, 10 push-ups, 10 crunches, and 10 jumping jacks.
Amazing.
Or something. And I made it like I think was it 1,000 points because I'm like I don't want to do this all the time. Like in the middle of a game, I'm like, oh my god, I have no upper body strength. I can't do push-ups. I can do like 100 like squats, easy.
Yeah.
But push-ups, crunches okay. Jumping jacks, I don't know.
Yep.
Welcome back.
Awesome. Welcome
Aren't crunches bad for you? Actually, aren't you supposed to plank instead?
I don't know. I've always done crunches since I was a kid, so I guess they're fine.
Yeah, but as I recall, in recent years, they discovered that crunches weren't an effective exercise and are also you're more likely to injure yourself during them. And the recommendation is to do other core exercises instead.
I can't do the one thing I can never do is push-ups. I can't. I have my arms weak arms, thick ass. Like only leg day is my life. But no, because when I used to do martial arts, I did Aikido, which is very much about like keeping your core and your center of mass as low as possible, so you don't get toppled. So it is a lot of workout on the thighs, but almost no workout on the upper body. We don't do any like blocks or anything. So I was like, work that ass out, but then hands are weak and limpy. Right. Do you have a favorite science movie, or is there a movie scene you have watched where the science was really bad, like really bad?
Contagion.
I mean, apart from Jurassic Park,
is my favorite.
There are a lot of movies where the science is really, really bad.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I do talk about spaceships a lot. It's not my area of expertise, but I do know people who are like actual aerospace engineers who I talk with about them. And it's just like a huge passion of mine. But like almost every spaceship in a movie is wrong. Yeah. Completely unrealistic. Has like nothing in common with realism. Even when the movie is like portraying itself as realistic. The like one exception is the ISV Venture Star from the Avatar movies.
I've heard that,
which is very realistic.
Yeah, The Expanse has realistic, apart from the warp engine, whatever the hell.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't. Okay.
The Expanse is like more realistic than almost all sci-fi media, but it's still not very realistic. The Epstein drive has comically unrealistic performance. The ships lack radiators. Are the two main things.
I don't know. I'm not very much into sci-fi. I only started getting into it quite because my boyfriend is getting into it, so he's very much a big sci-fi nerd. So he's like, "Oh, come on, let's watch this with me." And I think we started watching For All Mankind. I don't know if you guys know that TV show.
I do not.
Oh, For All Mankind has so many.
Yeah. We started watching it. It's not, well, I don't know. It's sci-fi, but it like the premise is really interesting to me because it was like instead of being like in the distance,
it's interesting, but as it goes on, the spacecraft get like weird. Less and less realistic.
No, because I get it, but like when it first started, season 1, it's literally like, what if in the 60s, not the Americans landed on the moon, but the Soviets did? And I was like, oh, that is an interesting concept. As a person who has relatives who lived in the Soviet Union during the 60s and have friends who lived in during in America in this time, I'm like, oh, fascinating. And also the funny part about that show, again, I digress, but every season they always do like news clippings about like every season is like 10 years have passed since the previous one. And they do news clippings as to how the history has like alternatively changed from our world. And a lot of them are in Russian. So my boyfriend would pause and be like, read. And I'm like, that's going to take me 20 minutes. He's like, do it. I need to know. I'm like, okay. But one thing about that show, I'll also say, they picked every actor that speaks Russian speaks without an accent, and they actually, all of the conversations and writing is correct, which I have found is really, really not the case in older TV shows and movies.
Another
And-
thing is almost any time movies and stuff talk about genetics, they're wrong.
Yeah.
the
Anytime they
worst ones
use
are the
lab
forensics
equipment, it's
ones.
wrong.
Oh yeah, the forensics ones always just you sit there and you're like, I read this SDS challenge. Oh, what?
Forensics isn't a real science, though.
No, I meant like the CSI films, and they have like, oh, I'm a forensics like expert, whatever. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna test this shoe sample. And
I know. They all do like absurdly unrealistic things, but the thing I'm making a remark about is that forensics isn't even a real science, anyways, and it's all bullshit.
Yeah. So I think one thing that my mom really liked this show. What was it? I don't even remember what it's called. Either X or something. It's about this virus that gets thawed from the Arctic, and it causes like zombie things to happen. I don't remember what that TV show was about. But I remember
viruses being released from the permafrost is actually a real concern, but yeah, zombies are silly.
No, like that's the thing. It turns people into zombies. Like that was a real. I was like, oh, that sounds an interesting concept. And I think like literally 20 minutes into a movie, I don't know what triggered me, what scene. Like 20 minutes into the first episode, I'm not very good at it. I need to specify what show and what scene. But this has happened over 15 years ago, and I watched it. I was like, no. And
I've been tempted to write like a
it.
sci-fi story of with zombies, but like realistic, where it's like how parasites really modify behavior of hosts.
Yeah. That would be fascinating. I'm still waiting on something that good. I find, I guess it's just not easy.
I was planning on doing RE4 sometime, and I was going to use that to launch off into how Lost Plagas, the way it modifies host behavior. Although, like, a lot of the things it does, like making monsters, is like silly. The way it modifies host behavior normally is actually much more realistic than your standard zombies, because instead of turning people into like shambling, rotting corpses, it makes them basically go crazy. They are aggressive towards people who are not infected, and seek out other infected to congregate with.
So 28 years later, virus.
Sort of, except they retain mental faculties. And aren't just
interesting.
Because like the whole introduction to RE4 is this town where like the locals are super hostile towards you, and it turns out they're infected by a virus.
Yeah. So yeah, like
not a virus, it's a parasite. It's like actually like a bug.
Yeah. I reckon it would need to be something in the brain, maybe.
Yes.
For sure.
And it does a whole lot of silly things, but the part where they retain their mental faculties and can even use weapons, like they'll come at you with like axes and pitchforks.
Yeah, that sounds a bit, I don't know, unrealistic.
And it's in Spain, and they like babble shit in Spanish that doesn't always make sense.
I mean, that's just Spain. I've only been to Portugal. I don't know. I'm talking shit.
But yeah, there are a lot of parasites that modify host behavior to encourage spread of the virus, but it's not nearly as drastic as what you see in zombie movies, and the whole rotting corpse thing makes no sense.
Yeah. I mean, the very famous one is the fungus that grows, or like not the fungus, but like the one that grows, from the brain of ants. Like that one, that was the inspiration behind The Last of Us.
Here's the thing: it doesn't actually grow from the brain.
Oh, where does it grow from?
There are new papers on this. It actually infects muscle tissue.
Oh, okay.
And it's controlling the muscles directly.
Ah. So
it's not modifying host behavior in the normal way by messing with the brain. Okay. It's actually just directly puppeting the muscles.
Oh, so it's just puppeting. So technically, if like, let's just say hypothetically, something living gets infected, the muscles can move on their own, but the brain will still be working fine, or does it have to be diseased?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, that is
because it doesn't actually grow in the brain at all. That's somehow even more nightmarish. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
But most parasites do it by modifying things like hormones and neurotransmitter levels.
Yeah. because if they can, like, most of the time, if they can secrete something that can attach
It's like
to,
subtle alterations to behavior,
yeah.
like how toxoplasmosis makes infected mice and rats no longer be afraid of cats.
Really? Oh,
Yes.
is it like preventing self-preservation instincts or something?
It's not that, it specifically makes them like the smell of cat urine
That's
and
just
no
bizarre.
longer have an instinctual fear response to cats.
Wow. I don't know. That sounds just as bizarre to me. I've never, like, that's
So,
crazy. That's crazy.
because like a lot of parasites, over the course of their life cycle, have 2 or more distinct hosts they need to infect to complete their life cycle. And for toxoplasmosis, it's rodents and cats.
Mm.
And so it modifies rodent behavior to make them more likely to get eaten by a cat, so it can infect the cat.
Okay, that makes more sense. But it just fascinates me sometimes how, like, natural selection and just evolution is just crazy. Like, you're like, it makes perfect sense once you figure out what it does, but every
But yeah, if you
crazy
wanted
thing in
to
nature, yeah, explains it.
realistic zombies, make it so it makes them like viscerally angry and hate people who don't register as infected because I don't know, some kind of pheromone or something.
World War Z.
But be like
Mm,
attracted to congregate with other people who are infected
yeah. All right.
and just generally
Yeah.
degrade mental faculties beyond that.
Moving on to the next question. Which lab experiment or task deserves a trophy on your bench? What do you think is either super complicated, that you need a trophy, that you managed to do it, or super manually grueling that every time you finish it, you're like, I deserve an award for this. I
Hey, you
reckon
got a
that's what
follow
the
bot in
question
your
is.
chat.
Yeah, I've banned it. I get a lot of these for some reason. I don't know how to ban them out. So yeah, what are we thinking?
Um,
I
think the most manually, like, labor-intensive protocol we have is cellular fractionation, which is a fancy way of saying we take cells that we want to either study the protein of or see how a viral infection has changed the amounts of different components of organelles or anything like that within a host cell. And we have to manually, for lack of a better word, shred the cell through mechanical means instead of chemical means, because chemicals can alter the components that we may want to look at. So we have to use what's called a cell homogenizer, which is taking your cell suspension and shoving it through a very, 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 very small space, like 12 micrometers of space. So that the cells rupture, they just get torn apart through manual fluid dynamic forces. And as much as it sounds like it might be easy to shove 3 ml of fluid through a 12 micrometer space, it is very difficult. The pressure that you're working against is so high that by the end, your forearms are burning, your thumbs are screaming at you, you're like, it's just so difficult. So by the time you're done processing 10, 20 plates of cells, it's just, you need an award. You need a pat on the back. You need someone to buy you a beer.
Mine is so a lot of times I mentioned bioinformatics is using other people's data. The amount of work it requires to trawl all the different databases for relevant data and collate it and make sure you aren't getting an unrepresentative sample.
Archie. Sorry. It was on board.
When they all have their own different fucking formats and shit.
Yeah.
And different organization and different naming styles and conventions. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say about the homogenizer, going back, we use these like weird, it's like a glass vial and a piston.
Oh, a
that you, like,
downs.
pour-
Yeah.
Yeah, that, it's like you're churning butter when you're trying to homogenize bacterial membranes, because they're very, very sticky, and you want them fully homogenized before you spin them down, so you can, like, your protein has detergent, so, like, your buffer has detergent in it, and detergent is exactly what you guys are thinking. It is literal detergent. You know how foamy that is? And the reason why we have detergent is because detergent kind of it mimics. Shh, be quiet, Archie. Come on, I know Dad's home, but relax. Sorry. The detergent basically replaces the bacterial membrane in your isolated samples so you can purify your protein. Now, the funny part is it's very foamy, and you don't want it to foam, because if it foams, it will, like, most of your protein will basically disappear from your liquid. So you're trying to churn butter without making it foam. And you sit there, and your forearms are burning, and you're doing it all on ice. So I feel your pain. Oh my God, hold on, I need to let him out. He's heard Dad come in, and now he just fine. There you go.
Would you ever work in a lab, Vivi?
Sorry.
Would I ever work in a lab? Yes, I have worked in a lab before.
Like, moving forward, would you want to, like, work in another one, or are you pretty content with your field in bioinformatics?
I want to work in labs more, which is still bioinformatics, but, like, I want to do less using other people's data, I will say.
You want to generate your own?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess that's something that deserves a trophy, I think. Sometimes I find when I'm trying to explain to new people how I'm handling, like, to me, because I've been doing this for years now, it's such a, like, this is no brainer, this is easy. But handling, was it 35 micrometer wide? Oh, no, sorry, it was 3 millimeter wide, thin copper, like, grids onto which we put protein.
For cryo-EM, yeah.
Yeah, in liquid nitrogen, and also being able to clip them under liquid nitrogen before loading them into the microscope. To me, because I've been taught really well by professionals how to do it right the first time, and I did it so much, it became like a memory thing. So I don't like riding a bike. But every time I show it to new people, they just stand there and they're like, whoa, that is so quick. How did you not bend it? And then they try to do it and they bend it every time, or they break the tweezers every time. And they're like, oh no, my hands are too cold because I'm holding it in liquid nitrogen too much. And I'm like, yeah, well, you should have done this quickly. Now you have freezer burn. So I find, like, I guess that is technically so complicated that you need, I reckon, I don't feel like I need a trophy, but it's something that I've been told apparently is impressive. By people who've never done it before. But once you learn how to do it, you're like, oh, it's actually pretty easy. So,
Yep.
What's going on? The dog is acting weird, sorry. All right. We are down to 7 questions.
What's the next one?
1 second. Let me spin. Don't know what's going on with my dog. He just suddenly started getting really restless. Okay, let me just open the door. I'm sorry. One sec. Oh, come on. You were fine for like an hour. Oh, hi. Sorry. I'm streaming. Hold on. All right. So question. If you lab had a mascot, what would it be and why?
A glass of milk. And not for any scientific reason. The only reason is because our lab PI thinks it's abhorrent that Americans drink milk.
Sorry, I missed the question. I was distracted.
If your lab had a mascot, what would it be?
Once again, milk incident callback. Not quite, not the same milk incident. Our lab PI just hates milk. He thinks it's abhorrent that adults drink milk. He thinks that once you're beyond 10 years of age, you shouldn't drink milk. So,
what is wrong? No, milk is great.
Yeah. So as, like, a meme, we have...
Where is he from?
Canada.
Because I was going to say, if he's, like, from an Asian country, then sure.
No, he's Canadian. He'll eat cheese, but... He is totally against milk, so I would want to make the mascot a glass of milk just to be a troll to him. Because everyone else in the lab loves milk.
If the last lab I worked in had one, it would be a watch your step sign given the number of floor tiles missing.
What? Wait, why was there floor tiles missing?
It costs money to replace them.
Oh, but wait, no, but how did they get missing in the first place?
I don't know. They were just missing, and they just put up a sign, and some tape and just never fixed it.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that'd be a fantastic mascot. Yeah, in our lab, I'm torn because we actually made merch. We made lab merch because our old lab, so not the lab I'm currently in. My current lab is kind of boring. The lab I was in before, our boss actually has like a science TikTok, and he posts like weird papers and stuff on there. He went viral. He has like 40,000 followers with one of the papers, and I'm like, what? I don't understand. But he loves this kind of stuff, and he writes music, and one of his songs was like called the Kumasi Blues. Like he's a cool dude. Okay, so obviously we were thinking of doing like merch for the lab and like logos and mascots and stuff. So we actually have two things. One of them is like he wanted to start a actual like bar called the Grid Bar, because in our cryo grids, the copper grating, we call them grid bars. So he wanted to call it the Grid Bar, and he made coasters where it was like a grid with a little smile and a beer. So I think that would be our mascot.
Aw,
because
cute.
it's already made. I mean, yeah, that was really fun. Like I had a really fun time. That was my PhD lab. And my first postdoc lab. That like I miss them so much. I still hang out with them, but it's not the same. You can't stay in the same lab forever. That's not how funding works or how apparently career paths work. So you can't have fun all the time.
Yep.
Hey.
Funny story, a while back, I stole floor tiles in a lab and never got caught.
Oh, yeah. Lol. Right. Let me add another question that was asked recently in the correct format. Thank you very much. All right. One more spin. It's quite
Yeah,
good.
I was
We're good.
joking at one point that all like whenever there's like a secret evil bio laboratory in a like horror game, it's always cleaner and less creepy than like any actual bio lab I've ever been in.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nearly not as much dust everywhere.
I think a lot of
Especially in the
people would be
campus.
surprised if they saw how
The
the
thing
state
about
labs are actually in.
is like
Yeah.
they are so stretched for funding usually that like if it doesn't directly impact research, they will just not spend money on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like our
Like there are
fume
lights
hoods-
missing in the hallways,
Mhm,
just deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just
There are
deal with it.
there's floor tiles missing, just deal with it. There's mold growing in the walls, well, it's not in the labs.
So deal with it. Oh, your incubator is unbalanced. Just shove a piece of wood under it. It'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fine. Yeah, it's good. Right, next question. It's to Vivi again. Vivi, can you explain Project Orion to the best of your abilities to us and your colleagues?
Oh, that was because that was when I was briefly bringing up spaceships. Someone brought up Project Orion. So Project Orion was an idea to build a rocket that uses nuclear bombs as propulsion.
Nuclear bombs. Not even a nuclear reactor, but a bomb?
Yeah.
Oh,
A series of nuclear bombs.
what?
Thousands of nuclear bombs. It sounds less stupid than it is. Sorry, it sounds more stupid than it is.
Are we sure? Because
Yeah.
it sounds pretty stupid.
1 second.
So, okay, first off, you use the smallest nuclear bombs you can, so like smaller than the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Mm-hmm. What is the smallest tonnage of a nuclear bomb that you can make? Do you know?
Well, physical weight, it's like 30 kilograms. In terms of explosive force, it's about a kiloton.
Okay. Thank you.
So
Basically, the idea was you used a fancy nuclear bomb setup to vaporize a plate made of tungsten into plasma that would then be launched at the back of the rocket, where it would then hit a pusher plate that would push the rocket forward. However, the pusher plate is on like a 2-stage, really fancy shock absorber to smooth out the impulse.
So that's like the very fancy science equivalent of using your butt to scoot your chair forward.
I always compare it to rocket jumping in video games.
Ah, okay, yeah, that works too.
but I guess it was. I assume it was canned. This project.
Yes. Kennedy took one look at it and was like, "Are you insane?"
Well,
Yeah.
are we one to talk about him and his opinions on science? He has some
No,
pretty...
no, no. I'm talking about JFK.
Oh, it was old project. Old project
Yeah.
then. Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah, this was like the 60s. This was like the 60s.
Okay.
It's like, hey, remember all of those bombs we got because of the Cold War? Let's use them. It's like, no.
In fact, the original idea was to use it to lift heavy loads into space, which would involve detonating hundreds of nuclear bombs in Earth's atmosphere.
Well, I'm glad they decided not to do that.
Yeah. Because wasn't it like, is it true? And again, this is probably hearsay, I'm sorry. But is it true that nobody really understood that well proper like radioactivity sickness until Chernobyl meltdown? Like, if you have that much radioactivity hitting you, what would happen?
Partially, yes.
Yeah.
We first started learning about with the Manhattan Project, actually, and the fallout in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah.
We learned a lot more about it during Chernobyl.
Yeah, I think it's like more of like back in, I guess, the 60s. They just had
there was a huge scandal over the U.S. government harvesting samples from workers on the Manhattan Project who died of radiation without their family's consent or knowledge.
Sounds about right.
In order to study the effect of radiation on the human body.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Science has a really bad habit of harvesting samples from people without consent.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the human cell lines that we use in research today were taken from someone who was sick, usually with some form of cancer, and that cancer was harvested for use in cell culture so that we can grow cells indefinitely and do research on them without having to worry about the cell line dying off.
No, the ethical ramifications.
Yeah.
Yeah. But a lot of this thing is like, even if now we want to fix it, it's more of, it's the tracing back of how far
you
back
have
you
a
go.
couple incidents of like both scientific and public understanding of nuclear weapons and their effects, where you get the Manhattan Project, which is where we first start learning about radiation sickness in detail, like really big momentary radiation exposures, because multiple workers on the project died, including a couple scientists, including the famous Demon Core incidents. Which was largely not public knowledge. The public doesn't really learn anything about radiation sickness until the fallout from Hiroshima and Nagasaki starts killing people. And people start hearing about that. And then public knowledge of the destructive potential and how far the fallout can go comes with the Castle Bravo test, which is a really infamous thermonuclear weapon test where the bomb turned out to have a much higher yield than they were expecting. And it contaminated a decent portion of like the Pacific Ocean with nuclear fallout and made a bunch of fishermen really sick.
Oh yeah, it's wild to me that up until I believe the 90s they were still actively testing bombs in the ocean. And France was a really big source of that, and we recently, like in the early 2000s, I believe, passed laws that said that couldn't be done.
So, once again, I don't know why this happens. We always have a serious question, then we have a really jokey one. But moving on to the next one is, what's your personal biggest pet peeve about something in popular science, science fiction, etc.? Like some trope or a particular mistake that is done almost in every single like show, and you're just so annoyed with it. I have mine. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Mine maybe it's quite like it's common one, but it's one where I always watch like either a horror film, something to do, or like a disease or something, or like there's an epidemic, and then they're like, right, we need to develop a vaccine, and then within a week it's done.
Yeah,
like, bro.
Oh yeah, where they're like we have also the emphasis on cures for diseases.
Yes.
Yeah.
My God, it's like, but I find
instead of like preventative measures, because almost all medicine is about prevention,
Yeah,
when it comes to
technically,
contagious
vaccine
diseases,
is a
not
prevention.
cures.
Yeah,
There is
vaccine-
almost
yeah.
no disease where you're sick already and they give you an injection and then you're fine.
Yeah, and I feel
That
like
is not how
yeah.
it fucking works.
Especially with vaccines, what really annoys me is like the whole point of a vaccine is that you like get like an attenuated strain of something to get your immune system to get used to it, so that if you get sick with it, the effects aren't going to be as difficult. That's the whole point. But in every single like virus or some sort of epidemic movie, they call it a vaccine, and they always like they're on an hour clock to do it, and I'm like, bro. Nah.
Or someone's actively
That's
sick
the
with
big one. The
something
other
and
one
they
is
give them
the
a vaccine.
really cartoonish.
Yeah.
Is the really
And then they're
cartoonish
fine.
oversimplification of genetics where you can just like take a gene from something and put it in something else?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Jurassic
reckon that
Park.
would piss you off.
Or they
I
talk
reckon that would
about
piss
the
you off, Evie.
gene for X.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, it's that is very common, I'd reckon. How about you, Maeve? Have you got one that's different from the time it takes to make a vaccine? Question,
well,
hypotheticals and
that one was very close to home because of our work in virology. But I guess I'll go with the lab work that they show being done in movies always bothers me because they're using the wrong techniques for pipetting, or you see them like wearing the not correct gear when working with certain things, and it just that's annoying. If you're gonna at least portray basic lab work in a movie, you should at least do the research to portray the basic lab work well.
What really bugs me as well, it's the like I find the lab coats because they always wear medical lab coats and they never close them. And I'm like,
yeah.
I know,
You're supposed to wear lab coats that cover like all the way to your now our whole department has changed lab coats that the cover to your wrist and they snip right next to your neck, like, and they're lower than like they're halfway through your I guess it's a lower
no
leg.
Shadow Sun, I think it's going to get worse.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. So it's like when I see any of those, like especially the worst offenders I find are medical shows, like anybody in the medical lab trying to find the cure or something, they always have like perfect. Okay, you can have perfect hair in the lab.
Cure.
That's fine. Yeah, you can find perfect hair in the lab. That's fine. You can wear makeup in the lab. That's okay. That's forgivable. But whatever nice dress or shirt or skirt you're wearing underneath, you gotta put the lab coat on and fucking close it, okay? And
when you're working in the lab, you have to close the lab coat.
Yeah, especially what really bugs me, it's sometimes they don't wear gloves, and you're like,
the
emphasis on quote unquote cures in pop media. It's not only just stupid, but it like but it has like unironically created this like popular myth about how medicine works, because like RFK is up there like, instead of having a vaccine for measles, we should research a cure for measles. And that's not how it fucking works.
Yeah.
You cure measles by making sure everybody is vaccinated.
Yeah.
And just that's how you eradicate it. It's still out there. It's just, not affecting people anymore.
I am not working in the lab. I can have the lab coat open, Phoenix.
Yes, true. Yes. When you're not working in the lab, you can.
I think one of the worst things I've seen in media also when it comes to lab work in general, or just regarding the fact that it's always about the cure and never the prevention. But anyway, someone was using a pipette without a pipette tip.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, wow, what a way to ruin your pipette.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Or like
I have broken so many pipettes.
Really?
What do you do with them?
Dropping them?
Because I'm really absent-minded. I'm really absent-minded, and like if you tilt it too much.
Yeah, and liquid gets up in it.
Liquid goes in. I kind of just shove a bunch of ethanol in there and then just like fake pipette it without a tip on a towel and be like, yeah, good enough.
Well, now a lot of them you can autoclave, so it's not as much of an issue anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, we mostly we just have them serviced every year, and we're like, whoever's servicing this better have a hazmat suit. Like, this thing has been through some life. But yeah, I'll move to a more sci-fi question. It asks, is resonance cascade a real term or just some sci-fi technobabble? I have no idea what this is.
I don't know what that is.
It's technobabble. It's Half-Life. It's technobabble.
I see. Technobabble. Okay, there we go. Short question. It's been answered. All right, we have literally 4 questions left. Amazing. That's from chat. I mean, we can keep yapping if we want. It's up to us. up to what you guys are up to the rest of the day.
Yep.
Just waiting for the wheel to finish. I don't know why it has such a slow, like, slow rotation. All right. Question that was asked quite recently. Are any of you able to lobotomize me? I reckon that is from somebody in chat.
No.
No.
No. None of us have the. First of all, this procedure is illegal.
Highly
Second,
controversial because it's
highly
not.
controversial,
Yeah.
highly legal. None
It's
of us
not
are trained.
controversial. It's illegal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even when it was introduced, it was controversial. And
Yes.
until this day, it's like that's just mangling someone's brain. You shouldn't do that.
Yes.
That's bad.
It's not good.
No. So we will not do that. All right. 3 questions left. These are less unserious.
Okay.
Alrighty. It's okay. It's okay, Shadows. Oh, yeah.
He keeps asking me to lobotomize him.
Yeah, it's apparently it's a kink. I don't know. What is the dumbest prank anyone in your experience has pulled in or outside of the lab?
Ah, yes. Between ours and a collaborating lab, we have someone who works in both. And whenever they go back and forth between the labs, they take something from one lab and put it in ours, and then they remove something from our lab and go put it in theirs.
That is diabolical.
Yeah.
In the last lab I worked in, I didn't have anyone actually pulling any pranks that weren't just normal workplace pranks because you don't mess with people's research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
not a
that's
thing you do.
Yeah. That I agree. Like I already mentioned this story about the Buddha thing, but that's more like personal bullying. That wasn't a prank. It's more of a like we have this rule like if it's experiments, you never mess with it. But if somebody said something funny, you can and you will like you have the obligation to make fun of them for years. And you may
do not mess with the equipment. You do not mess with people's experiments.
No.
That is like if you screw something up, you can be held legally liable to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Wow. I'm not
depending
sure
on what it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the case in our labs, but it's just like you just don't like. I've never seen anyone or heard of anyone doing a prank like that. But having like a bunch of random Buddha pictures printed out and then glued like on the underside of a drawer somewhere or right above my pipette rack, and I just never saw it for months, and then until I saw it and I took it off, and I'm like, God damn it! That's fine, like that's harmless. It's just a picture, and it's
just normal workplace pranks.
Yeah, there were literally bets in the office going for how long I'm not gonna notice something. And like
there are no fun scientist pranks because you do not mess with science because you do not mess with other people's science. Period.
Yeah. If it affects research, it's not really something you fuck around with.
Moving something from,
it is.
From lab
you
to
will
lab.
Be fired and you will be sued.
Yeah. The moving something from lab to lab, I feel like sometimes this has been done. Like we always had that milk powder for our Western blots in this one fume hood. Okay, we always had it there. Okay, and then I'm about to make my antibody and I can't find the milk and I'm having a panic attack and I'm like, yo, where's the milk? And I've asked everybody and apparently it has been moved to a different fume hood in a different lab, and I'm like, don't fucking do this, it's always been here. Do you know how big the lab is? Do you know how long it's going to take me to go find a reagent if it's been moved? Leave it where it is. So that prank that you just mentioned, Maeve, that's diabolical to me. That's a nightmare. Like,
thankfully,
I would wake up in cold sweat.
The things he's moving is more harmless. It's more personal stuff that we've collected on our lab benches that don't impact research at all. And so he'll take it and he'll move it, and it's a scavenger hunt to go find that little test tube that we painted to look a certain way or whatever have you.
Okay, yeah. No, the worst part is when somebody uses my pipettes and doesn't, like, I don't mind, just put them back, and they don't put them back, and I'm like, then scouring the lab for my pipette, and then when I find it on someone's bench, I have a row. And they're like, I was gonna bring it back. And I'm like,
Do you reset your pipettes when you're done using them?
Nah.
Oh, you. Whenever people...
Listen, I have my own pipettes. I'm okay with the chaos that I live in. Nobody else is supposed to use them. I had an undergraduate that reset them, and I was like, wow, okay, cool.
When you use your tip box, do you, like, pull them in a line in an orderly fashion, or you just wantonly grab out of the box?
No, I'm not. Okay, I may be messy, but I'm not a psychopath. I go line by line, okay?
My boss grabs random pipette tips from the box.
Your boss sounds like a
Oh my
psychopath.
God.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Doesn't drink milk. Doesn't do pipettes right. What is going on?
I know.
I'm scared for you, Maeve. I'm scared.
He
All right, we got
is the
two
embodiment of
questions. Sorry.
mischief.
Yeah.
If he knows that
Oh,
it
God.
annoys you, he will do it just to annoy you.
All right, we got 2 questions left. 2 questions.
Amazing.
Oh, something like that. Oh well. I don't know what's going on. Like literally in the background of my. I don't have like a streaming room. My desk is in the kitchen/living room. So there's a lot of background stuff happening all the time. Right.
By the way, if I've been quiet recently, it's because I've been feeling weirdly sick for a bit.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Like, because I didn't eat lunch.
Aw. Well, if you need to get up and get some food, that's perfectly fine. We can take a long break, or we can wrap it up after these 2 questions. It's up to you.
Nah, it's fine.
Okay. So the next question is, what is the funniest lab nickname you've heard or have been given?
I don't know about the funniest one I've heard, but I have one. It's not funny. It's really more annoying than anything. But they call me Lab Mom.
Aw.
My
Is it
lab
because
didn't have nicknames.
Mm.
That wasn't a thing at the last lab I worked at.
Is it Lab Mom because you keep nagging people to put things back where they came from?
It's more so because people will come and be like, "Oh, I can't find this thing," and I'm like, "Did you check here?" And they're like, "Yeah, I checked there." And then we walk over there together, and I just like grab it, and they're like, "That wasn't there, I swear." And so it's the same thing your mom does when she's like, "Did you check the
Oh my
fridge?"
God.
And she goes to look for it, and it's there where you just looked, and it wasn't there.
Yeah, it's like they go to a separate dimension and they pull it out, and you're like, "It wasn't there before, I swear." And she's like,
I know,
"No,
like,
you're just blind."
almost everyone in real life compares me to a cat constantly.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you're VTubers.
Which
Cat.
Yeah, that's why I did a cat VTuber.
I think I've heard a nickname to someone else, not me. But we have a girl named Sasha, okay? And she's even more clumsy than me. And so her nickname was Splasha. Because she would always spill things. To the point where Splasha. So for her Viver, we gifted her like a spill kit with her name engraved. Like Splasha engraved on the entire thing. It was kind of like a love-hate relationship with that nickname, but you know.
Someone redeemed Monster Mouth.
Oh, cool.
Oh, amazing. I was about to say, wow, what is happening? Oh,
sorry.
What is that?
That's my drow mode.
Ah.
So it's a recolor, and it's kind of like a dark recolor of my model. So apologies, we're in drow mode now. We're in the Underdark.
Amazing.
Yeah, so there we go. Thanks, Gavin. Thanks for that. So this is something you can do like in VTube Studio. Apparently you can like change lighting for different parts of your model. So like your eyes can stay glowing and stuff. I don't know if it did it for all of you. I'm sorry, but hey,
no,
it'll
didn't.
be gone in a few minutes. Okay, great. It did it for me. So you guys are all like in the spooky Underdark mode. Cool. So I guess that is the nicknames. And the last question from chat that we've collected over the last 3 hours. Holy shit. This does not feel like 3 hours. I'm not going to say.
Yeah.
I guess yapping, you can just keep going. What's the one device in your labs you hate the most? Maybe because it's annoying to use or too much work.
The printer?
You have a printer in the lab, not in the office?
Well, the offices are kind of where, like, the last place I worked, the offices were like attached to the labs and integrated. They weren't really separate buildings.
I mean, our building is all about like we need to get to get a grant. We need to get a certain green certification for the lab and the building. Otherwise, we don't get a grant. So we're like we haven't printed anything in the last 5 years. Everything is digital. We don't even use notebooks anymore. We use like iPads. And our lab work is all on digital. Like, so I'm like, oh, I haven't heard about a printer in a long time. We still have it, but we don't we very rarely use it. Wow, that is a gorgeous redeem.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to. Oh my god, there we go. Here we go.
happening?
I was trying to find my outfit.
I see.
Oh my
I see.
god.
That's a cute outfit.
Thanks.
I only have the one.
I am proper dwarf now.
let's just say I'm on a budget, yo. Right. What was I talking about? Yes, equipment that's annoying to use.
Mm.
I think.
The cell milker.
Excuse me. What's a cell milker?
What?
Hold on. The
What?
cell milker. Yeah. That's just a fancy, well, not even fancy. That's the nickname we have for our cell homogenizer.
I see.
Because you have to milk it back and forth between the like little
yes.
space.
like cows udders. I see.
Yes.
So honestly, this title of this episode for me is gonna be bisexual fish and cell milker. Just no context. No context. The best title. Let's go.
So
Yeah.
to put it into perspective, it's this small little metal contraption that you force fluid through, but the way you force fluid through it is by using 2 syringes. So you have one hand on each syringe, and you're pressing the plungers of the syringe down back and forth between the little metal bit that they're attached to, so it looks like you're milking a cow. So we call it the cell milker.
I think I've used a similar device to try to shear bacterial flagella, so without breaking the bacteria, just to cut them off. So yeah, I think I can visualize what you mean.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking. I mean, all of our equipment is really annoying to use, and you get just learn how to do that. But I guess it's the French press. You guys know what a French press is?
Like for coffee?
No. So it's a really old way of bursting your cells. So instead of using a sonicator, sometimes when you work with not a manual homogenizer, because we only do this for membranes, but we have this. Sometimes it's called an emulsiflex. It's like this big pressure machine where you pour your cells on top, and then you set the pressure with a little valve, and then it kind of squeezes them like a French press, and it bursts the cells. And it's apparently gentler than sonication, but it's a lot more faff. So our machine is, I believe, built in 1970s, right? And you have to you put cells through it, so incomparable amounts of bacteria have gone through it. You always are supposed to clean it with ethanol and everything, but it's very old and very grimy. It still works, so we use it. And it's too much hassle to clean because it's so heavy you can't move it. The problem is obviously the pump and the manual pressure gauge. So you're supposed to keep an eye on it, and if you introduce any bubbles into it, you have to start again. You have to take your cells out, put them back in, and it takes for anywhere from 2 to 3 hours to do 500, less than 100 ml of cells or something, 120 ml of cells, because you have to put it through multiple times and control the pressure. And then if something gets logged inside there, you have to use an actual metal just wire to poke a little bit and keep the lid open. That is one of the most, in my opinion, frustrating machines to use. Unless you really learn and know how to use it, and then you can these problems and you just get around them. But yeah, first time use was always it broke on me 3 times. That was not fun.
Speaking of very old and crusty lab equipment, when you worked in labs, what was the oldest equipment that you had in your department? We have an ultracentrifuge in our department from the 80s.
Oh, okay. We not in this department that I work in now, but in my old one, we had a electron microscope, a Philips electron microscope from the 1960s. No, sorry, from the 1970s. One of the first ones. Because the screen that we were using to use the camera was still black and green cathode, and all of the buttons, and it was all in this pastel coloring, and all of the buttons were physical dials. None of it was it just felt like something out of Star Trek.
Yeah,
for real. I haven't checked exactly when it was made. I think it was 1970 something, but that was, I think, the oldest one that I've used.
The vaguest thing I remember is one machine. I don't remember which one. Was literally so old it was revealed that the terminal you used to control it was using DOS.
Oof.
Oh.
Yeah, no, not that old. I mean, we have a reagent from 1950 that
What?
we didn't know how to dispose of at the back of our solvent cabinet. It was growing things. I found a bucket of rat poison.
Oh,
That literally, it didn't say arsenic, just said rat poison on it, and I was like, what?
Oh my
And it
god.
had no date or label, and I was like, oh boy.
oh man.
Yeah,
Oh my
that was fun.
god.
We found in one of the freezers, we found something from like in the minus 70 or the minus 80. We found a cell pellet from 1983. We're just like, what? How did this keep like they changed freezers? This just kept moving with all the shit that was in this freezer many times. And again, the lab I'm in right now is quite old. It started in 1980s and it's like has been in the same place since then. So yeah, it's fascinating. But no, I think the equipment gets updated a lot more frequently. But yeah, so these are the last questions that I had from chat. I have a few just from chatting
Yep.
generally, but yeah, I mean we all come up with these. Wow. Thank you for the follow. I always get if you're confused why I always get surprised, I set up like a tits, like they throw flowers and fruits at me every time somebody follows, and it always surprises me and I always jump. So but this is how I know they follow me, because I'm like, I always go, thank you for the follow. So yeah, if my model goes a bit tweaky, that is one of the reasons it's happening. I guess one of my questions would have been, if you could summarize, I know we probably worked on different projects over our time, but if you could summarize one project in a sentence, like dumb it down to its like very, very generalized core, doesn't have to be too accurate, how would you say it? Like if it had a tagline, what would it be?
The simplest way I can summarize the research I'm currently doing is how does this silly mosquito virus change human cells?
What was that?
To the question or to what I said?
Sorry. That's what you said.
How does a silly little mosquito virus change human cells? Which is
That's understandable, yeah.
very like short way of saying how does dengue virus remodel the host cell during infection?
Basically, not like unscience speak your research.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of viruses that do very strange things to the cells they infect.
Yep.
So I think mine at the moment would be how do bacteria have sex?
Type 4.
Mine at the moment is I am unemployed.
No, it's not at the moment. It's like any project you've worked on before. How would you summarize it in like, as we just said, like a tagline? Something that unfortunately would be on like the news. If somebody read your research and understood it, and then they use the tagline, you're like, nope, that is grossly under detailing what I'm doing, but here we are.
How does the emphasis on study of human viruses specifically bias our understanding of viruses as a whole?
Okay.
So, really dumbed down way of saying that is, we're so focused on ourselves. That's such a small way of looking at the world.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. I've been getting into like a lot of people who are not scientists been asking me what I do, and then after so many iterations, I just say I study how bacteria have sex, because technically it is literally called conjugation.
Yeah.
And what you do, you transfer
True.
DNA from one to another. So
not really
that's what
sex, but
the closest to bacteria can get to sex.
Yeah, it's more like when you get after like 50 people you have explained this, and you're like, I do not want to go through this again, to the mental gymnastics. You just go, my go-to sentence is that. And then they're like, oh, elaborate. And I'm like, okay, you have asked for it. Do you have 2 hours? But yeah.
Yeah.
It's very true. All right, do any of you have any questions that are burning up in your mind, or any in the chat? Free for all, no spins, because we're out of questions. Cloud has asked, I think, at least 10 or 12. I kept seeing Cloud asking questions. So
Gavin just
kudos.
asked a question. Any
there you go.
consensus on if viruses are considered alive or not? The current scientific consensus is that viruses are not alive.
Yes, which is a very simple answer that elides the actual complexity of discussing viruses.
Correct.
So the thing about viruses is, whether they're alive or dead, is that presumes a very binary understanding of alive or dead, which we have traditionally used, but which is not necessarily an accurate description of biophysical processes.
Wasn't it like if it respires or like if it creates its own energy, it's alive or something?
There's 3 criteria, yeah.
Reproduction and something else, I think. The thing about viruses is that the more we learn about them, the less clearly separate from other life forms on this planet they appear to be.
It gets even more fun when there's a current working theory that a lot of life as we know it, so this is the virus first theory, which basically states that viruses came before all other living life, and the recombination and interactions of those viruses, creating strings of DNA, leading to genes, leading to organisms, is what life is. And that's why we share a certain percentage of our DNA with viruses. So that's another way of looking at it.
Is that why they can hijack?
There's also another theory that the nucleus of eukaryotic cells is derived from genes injected by one of the giant viruses that form cellular factories in cells that are very similar to eukaryotic nuclei.
Like herpes
and speaking of
and
gyruses,
pox.
there's a lot of gyruses that perform a lot of gyruses, which by the way just means giant virus, do a lot of things we would normally associate with bacteria. Like some of them can move on their own. But
I think the current consensus, granted, there's a lot of discussion about this and it's very nuanced, but the current consensus excludes viruses from living organisms because they can't replicate their own DNA for growth.
And there also appears to be a group of viruses which may be evolved from archaea.
Oh, that's fun.
That just became that were parasitic archaeans that extensively simplified themselves. And at that point, you have to debate, like, did this living thing evolve into a non-living thing?
Yeah. I guess
basically what I'm getting is that while the question implies a binary answer, nature isn't binary.
Correct.
If more people just accepted that fact, we would not be here. Man.
If viruses came first, how did they reproduce? So the emphasis is that before the proliferation of more complicated life, Earth's oceans would have been full of random organic molecules that now, if they were to form spontaneously, would be immediately eaten by something else.
The short answer is biochemical
something like
reactions.
A virus that assembles copies of itself out of just random ambient organic molecules.
Yes.
Like amino acids and nucleic acids that are just floating around.
After the evolution of lipid membranes, things kind of changed from there. But before lipid membranes become a very big proponent of what we know as life, a lot of these interactions happened biochemically. So it was factors like hydrogen bonding and sulfide bonding and all sorts of static electromagnet interactions that brought molecules close to each other would lead to things like replication. But now stuff like that can't happen because of things like RNases or different enzymes that degrade those small molecules out in the wild, or out in the environment, I guess I should say.
Yeah, before life and in the early days of life, Earth's ocean would have just been a soup of random organics.
Yep.
So very simple early proto-life would have had a lot of things to assemble copies of itself out of without having to do much complex work. And it was only with competition with other life that caused it to become more complex and do more stuff itself, like synthesize complex molecules.
Yes. An infinite war of things trying to outcompete each other, and in doing so, creating new weaponry to destroy another thing, and that thing having to react by creating a defense.
Also,
Yeah.
even if it wasn't eaten by something, it would likely be destroyed by ambient oxygen. Remember, this early on, there wasn't any oxygen in Earth's atmosphere or its oceans.
Ooh, okay. Can I talk about something real quick about early
yeah.
Earth?
Yes.
So at one point, there was a instance where trees and plant life evolved, but bacteria and fungi did not have the means of breaking it down once those plant organisms died. So the reason we have coal is because there was there was a time where plant life died and it got covered up with sediment, much in the way fossils would cover with sediment and become fossilized. When that happened to trees, they could either become petrified or they would form coal deposits. And we can't generate coal deposits anymore because bacteria and fungi break it down.
Every coal deposit was formed during that era.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yep. So we're also running out of coal on top of running out of petroleum.
Well,
petroleum has been continuously formed, but coal, no. It dates
Yeah.
back to that very specific era.
Oh, really? Petroleum? How is modern petroleum
and in
formed?
fact, that substantially reduced the amount of carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere.
Yes, carbon
Because
sequestration.
the sheer amount of carbon that was buried.
It caused the Ice Age.
Oh yeah, I read that somewhere. So wait, the question was,
Well, it
how does,
caused
like,
an ice age.
How does
When we
modern
say the ice age, we
petroleum?
usually mean
How does
the most
modern
recent ice
petroleum
age.
happen? Like you mentioned that it's still being made.
What?
A
Oh, yeah.
variety of
Yeah.
processes, but again, it's still organic material being buried.
Okay.
It's just decomposed further, so it forms into petroleum instead.
Interesting.
Ah, okay. But obviously, it's much slower than what we're using.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, fascinating.
Yeah.
I feel like so far, like, my thing is so niche that I'm like, okay, I've learned how to use this microscope and take pictures. I'd say I'm like a glorified photographer. That's it. That's my job. I just take pictures, man. I don't know what I'm taking pictures of, nor do I have any idea how it works. So I just take pictures. That's my job. I make it look pretty. I make all those pretty figures for all the nature papers and all of that stuff. Like, I feel
It's also why burning coal will be so bad to it'll be so hard to unfuck the earth after because
yeah,
we can't sequester the carbon
all
anymore.
That carbon. Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of people are working a lot of in my university. I don't know what the projects are going anymore, but like there was a whole department of plant and was it plant and animal sciences or something? And one of their big projects was they were trying to use a particular bacterium. I don't remember what it was, or an algae that was like trapping carbon dioxide, and like using that as like a biofuel eventually. I don't know. There was some sort of a project going on to try to trap.
I will tell you, biofuels suck ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not efficient yet.
Some of them will never be efficient.
Yeah, because our limitation of what
burn
we can
literally
get them to
more
do.
fossil fuels than they produce biofuel.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but it's more of like there was some sort of a bacterium that can trap, like maybe not atmospheric, but like oceanic CO2 or something, because it's a reagent of one of its metabolic processes. Like it's an input material. I don't know much about the detail, but there was some sort of a project that was like, I don't know how well it's going, but it's something that's been studied.
And that's where synthetic biology comes into play.
Yes.
I am not a big chemistry person, so I could never do synthetic biology, but I think it's so interesting to hear about.
Right. Yeah. We had a synthetic biology course in my class, but I don't know. I feel like my problem
like I said, one of my areas of expertise is precision fermentation, which is in part synthetic biology.
Yeah. I find like I got hooked by the pretty crystals of crystallography so early that I kind of like ignored the rest of my courses. Like I was like, okay, how can I completely tailor it to know the minimal amount
You
of
know,
everything else?
one of the jobs I worked on was actually
Yeah.
making X-ray crystallography machines.
Oh,
Oh.
cool. Which ones? The actual X-ray readers or the plungers or what?
The readers.
Oh, yeah, the one that creates an electron beam. Oh, sorry,
Mm-hmm.
X-ray beam.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. Because I know they have like smaller ones, but they also have the big synchrotrons. I've never actually done proper crystallography. I've always done like sample prep for crystallography. I grew crystals. I fished crystals. I never collected data on crystals. I tried processing, and I always kind of faded through. And then I just went into cryo-EM, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is so much easier. let's just do this then." But yeah, it does have its limitations. But honestly, in recent years, the amount of people who transitioned from crystallography to cryo-EM has been just ridiculous. Like almost every single crystallographer I know is now doing cryo-EM.
So. It's way too hot in here and it's making me sick. I just took off my pants.
I have been pantsless this entire time.
Understandable.
Yeah, my boyfriend came in and he was like, "Why is it so hot in here?" I'm like, "Because I closed the door and I have a computer running."
Computers produce heat.
Indeed, yeah. Just nothing
Yep.
you can do. I'm not even running a game. It's just the VTube studio. But yeah. I don't know, chat. Any ideas? Any questions? I feel like my brain is being a little bit squeezed. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've kind of talked about. I like to talk more about like vibes and the just being a scientist as a lifestyle, because I feel like it is a lifestyle.
Mm.
It's I don't know. For me, it is. I find like the reason why I'm so scared of maybe trying to go do another job or different job is because I'm so used to being a scientist or like an academic that like I don't know if I can survive in a different environment. I'm like my body has evolved at this point to and my brain and the like my work style. So I'm like, if I now switch and do I don't know a 9 to 5 office job, I don't know. Not in a way like oh it'll be too easy for me or whatever. It's more like I don't know if I can do it. I don't know like I might my sleep schedule or like how will I be able to do this job? I don't know if any of you feel a similar dissociation.
I think my biggest thing about switching careers away from science is that it's a pride thing. I put a lot of work into getting my degrees that I want to use them.
Same.
True. I just always have like on the back of my head, like, well, if I don't find a job in science by this time, I gotta do some sort of a job to earn money, otherwise I starve.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've always been like, well, if I don't, because I feel like maybe it's my inferiority complex speaking, but I always assume that at some point I'm just not gonna cut it in science. You know what I mean? Like the whole like whatever research I do at some point, like at least in academia, it inevitably leads. Like I love postdocing. This is great. You have a very like your PI thinks up of cool ideas and gives you a general direction of where to go and then tells you go and you're like great, I don't have to think of the like the general direction. I'm just being let to play around in the lab to do fun shit to answer a question that's posed by someone else to me, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't have to worry about funding. I don't have to worry about writing grants. I don't have to worry about competing with other labs. All I have to do is just do my job, and that all of that is my boss worries about it. But unfortunately, there is, at least in the UK, there's like I guess like in a supermodel, there's a time limit of 7 years or 8 years of postdocing. If you do more than that, like it's so much harder to find another postdoc job because they're just like they ask you like, why haven't you become group leader yet? And you're like, well, I don't want to. And they're like, okay, you want to stay at the same salary threshold and do this? You're like, yeah, I love playing in the lab. And at this point, like it is this anxiety, at least for me, of being a group leader is not the type of work I want to do, but it's an inevitable, like the only career progression in a way that has been always taught. I don't know. What's your opinion on that? Because I know in the US it's a bit different.
In the US, they have career bench science positions. You can obviously, of course, once you finish your postdoc, go on to be a group leader and run your own lab as a PI. But if you don't want to be a PI, you can be a career bench scientist and still have promotability and work up a ladder.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something that's actually really missing from the UK science fair, which it's kind of like, we call them here permadoc, like it's a permanent postdoc. So I do know some people who have been postdocs for 10, 11 years, but the problem is your salary gets capped, so it never goes up, and there is no other, like, the only other promotion is lecturer or PI.
Yeah.
So,
in the US, if you stay academic, your salary will get capped because you'll never earn more than your PI, and your PI's limit is capped based on the university and what.
Yep.
Yeah. But if you go industry in the US, as long as you keep performing well, you'll keep getting those bonuses and those raises and promoting up, and so there's a lot of opportunity in industry.
Is by far the best option for your financial and mental well-being.
yeah.
I had to
find
leave
though,
industry because I got written up over a pen, and I was like, oh, no. So I left and went back to academia. But that's just a personal preference. I have issues with authority, so the fact that I got
up over a pen?
Yeah.
Did you use the wrong pen? Did you take the pen you weren't supposed to take? Or what?
Okay.
What do you mean?
Protocol. Literally, the SOP says that any documentation written in the lab should be done with indelible ink. Okay? I wrote with an ethanol-proof fine tip marker. All right? Ethanol-proof, indelible. You can't erase it. It's also a marker. You can't erase it. It's not a pencil. So I used it. And they found that paperwork, and they're like, you can't do this. You need to write with a black ballpoint pen. And I was like, but the protocol, and I showed them. I was like, here, right here, in our handbook, for what we're supposed to do in this lab, it says indelible ink. It doesn't say a black ballpoint pen. And they're like, yeah, but it needs to be a black ballpoint pen. And I was like, then why does the protocol say a black ballpoint pen?
Oh my God.
And they written me up for it. They passed me over a promotion because of it. And they never changed the protocol. They never updated the protocol. And I was like, wow. All right, I'm out. I'm gone.
Yeah, no, I would be out as well. Like, if they write you up for that, like, anything more serious happens, it's crazy.
Yeah.
No.
That sounds like when management wants you to leave, but they, like, don't want to fire you.
It was 3 people all applying for the same promotion opportunity, and they needed a way to read people down, right?
But that's just bullshit.
Yeah.
Especially if they had someone they personally wanted to take the promotion.
Yeah. So, I left. Wasn't my vibe.
Yeah.
Which is like, it's my experience that usually when you get like written up for tiny things like that, it's personal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like I did my closest like experience to companies. I did an internship at a pharma company when I was doing a lot of like biophysical assays. So most of my work I was kind of testing this unimportant enzyme because they're not going to give an undergraduate something important. But I was doing like big screens of small molecules to see which bind in the pocket, and I was doing like SPR, like the surface plasmon resonance, to see if it binds, it changes like molecular weight, and so it gives like a little graph for those of you in chat. But basically, like it was a lot of biophysics because I wanted to get into structural biology, but once again, they don't let you in unless you got a PhD in it. At least when I asked. So I find like when I was working on my project, maybe it's because I was an undergrad or something, but they spent a lot of money to teach me a particular technique, and even like flew in a person who designed this particular software to teach me how to use the software. But the problem was, once I was taught, I was sent very different projects from very different parts of the company to just do this one thing. And if I ask, like, so what does this protein do? They're like, we don't have time to explain it to you. Just do it. And by 2 days later, I need the math, like the output from the software. And I'm like, okay, I did it. And I don't know, I felt very soulless when I was doing that. And I was just like, I don't feel like I'm doing science. I feel like I've been taught to do this one particular task. I'm skilled work, and I'm just sitting here digesting these things.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the results are. I'm just sending them back. So I don't really analyze anything. And I think that put me off. That was pre-PhD. That put me off like companies. I know that might not be the case for everything. And I know that maybe that was only because I was an undergrad or whatever. But for some reason, that really put me off companies. And I was like, oh, academia only for me. And now I have issues with academia. And I'm just like, maybe I should quit science. I don't know.
I think the only place people like us can be happy in industry is in R&D. But R&D
Yeah.
slots are so limited
Yep.
that it's very hard to get in.
That's true. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty crazy. Yeah, and also the fact, like, I don't know, the UK started getting a little.
But if you do
it's
get
insane.
a job in industrial R&D, it's so much better than academia.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Uncapped potential in industry R&D.
yeah. And I guess I
And
also
like a way better work-life balance,
Yeah.
that is true.
usually.
I do struggle with like my point of interest would probably be a lot more
Because the thing
basic
about
questions.
academia is they kind of expect you to do nothing else until you get tenure.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. And tenure doesn't exist in the UK, so you're like, oh, fun. You just do nothing else until you die.
Yep.
But I think I've realized I've seen a lot of jobs come up for industry, and a lot of them, like some of them require structural biology, yeah, but a lot of them are just have to do with, like, as I said, the three topics, like cancer, um, or some sort of a specific disease. And I'm like, well, that is fascinating and interesting. Through the entirety of like my career, I've always been curious about like more about fundamental of like this might not cause disease, or we don't know that it does yet. I'm just curious how it works. But not many like companies fund this sort of research. It's mostly this is what's done in academia, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Um,
it's
they
because
carry the
industry is
brunt of
profit
this.
driven and they want
Yeah.
something that'll produce a product that gets them money. So cancer, HIV, flu, those are the big ones in the US.
Yeah, yeah. And I find like, oh, in the UK there's also like the heart disease and like metabolic stuff as well. Lots of drugs for that. But personally, like I'm more like for the type 4 secretion system, I'm more curious of like, you know, you have to say like, oh yeah, learning this will help us understand antibiotic resistance transfer. But really, we're just doing it because this freaking secretion system is something that is so different from the other secretion systems. It's the only one with 3 ATPases. Why the fuck does it has all 3? How do they work? Do they bind? Do they just, what's going on? Like structurally, it is fascinating, and that is the only reason I think our entire lab is studying it. But to get grants, you have to like pretend to care that it actually helps antibiotic resistance. Like, oh yeah. Someone smart at some point is going to use the basic research that we do and cure antibiotic resistance transfer, whatever. Well, we're doing it because we're curious why this weird thing looks like this. But you can't say
pretty
it.
much.
You can't say it. You're not supposed to. Everybody knows you. That's what you mean, but you can't say it.
Yeah,
you have to pretend
academia,
to give a
you can study a wider variety of things and not things that have like immediate commercial implications. The way industry will expect you to, but industry will pay you so much more. You have a better work-life balance.
Yeah. I think that's different in the UK though, because the pay it's better. It's not that much better. It's kind of equivalent to a postdoc. It's not that bad. But in industry, you get private healthcare, you get benefits, you get like maternity, like better maternity leave. You just get better conditions, but the pay itself is kind of the same, and you get better pension. So in the UK, it is. I did check. Unfortunately, like the pay rise you get isn't that much different if you stayed in academia, but obviously you have career progression. So while in academia it gets capped, in industry you can keep getting promoted, etc., etc. So that is the case over here. I don't know about Europe. I don't have any case studies from Europe, unfortunately. But yeah. Ooh. Gasp! Bang! Writing something about games.
Oh my goodness! You just flew off the screen. Oh, your neck is breaking. What is happening?
I got yeeted. I'm sorry. I got yeeted. I have a yeet redeem where somebody just yeets me.
So Fanya flew off the screen, and then Vivi, your neck was like doing some exorcist breaking, and I'm just like,
oh, wild.
This is what happens when you have mix it up redeems in your VTube studio and you're doing a collab stream. This is just chaos, unbridled chaos that's happening.
Amazing.
All right, what are we all thinking? Are we thinking, I feel like the energy is peaking just a little bit. Should we just wrap this up here, or do we have any
I feel like it, because like again, I'm feeling like
yeah, I'm feeling like we've done all the questions from chat. We had a bunch of chats ourselves. If we want, like, once again, chat, final chance for one last question, or if any of us have one last point of discussion we can talk about, and then we'll probably wrap this up, I think. So, oh, Gavin's saying something. But yeah, so
I like
think,
Shadison's question, which is, are any of you worried about the possibility that we will run out of new medicines to discover? New medicines or compounds to discover and commercial drug research will fall apart. No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
So the thing is, there are like several orders of complexity we have to potentially explore when it comes to biomolecules and tailored medicines that we have not touched yet because of the primitiveness of our chemical manufacturing techniques.
And I think also our process understanding, because at the moment, like, I mean, we understand medical diseases and processes much better, but actually, surprisingly, for example, even antibiotic resistance, we know kind of what genes are responsible for it, at least through the type 4
Yeah,
secretion
biochemistry
system.
is surprisingly poorly understood.
Yeah. So like we know kind of how it works, but as I said before, there's 3 energy devolving ATPases, and we're like, what if we remove one? It's still doing the transfer. But then if you remove the other one, it's not, but it kind of is. You still find that you're like, how does this piece of shit work? And so even like the basic science isn't really done properly yet. So I always say the arrogance of thinking you can create a drug that controls the system while you don't understand how the system works. Eventually,
and this is why drug discovery is so trial and error.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Because
so
we ultimately don't understand it very well.
Yeah, I feel like once the basic science in a particular topic gets far enough that you at least comprehend the process, there could be a method like modern drugs, at least for antibiotics. Again, I don't know about the other ones. Like there's certain like areas of bacteria that they target. Like there's certain like they say groups of antibiotics because they have a method of acting. But what I mean is we'll never run out of new medicines because as we understand more about fundamental bacterial biology and like their
I
processes,
will say,
we will get new types of antibiotics that
modern medicine is incredibly primitive compared to what is possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think our biggest problem right now is that bacteria evolve, well, in terms of antibiotic resistance, bacteria evolve so quickly that we can't, our ability to create new antibiotics to match how quickly they evolve is very quickly a gap that's closing.
But to be fair, as a person who works deeply in this field, I've recently heard about some fun research that people are trying to instead of creating antibiotics, instead of creating antibiotics to target bacteria that are now resistant to other ones, there is studies using CRISPR or using other techniques to try to make bacteria that are already resistant to like penicillin to become unresistant to the penicillin through delivery of like because we understand where the resistance cassette is of like trying to removing that in already existing bacterial colonies. It's still like early research, but I've been to a conference where there's a lot of people who are exploring this avenue of like resensitizing bacteria to already existing antibiotics.
And that's through mechanisms like using a bacteriophage to deliver a payload, right? With lentivirus or something, some form of lenti.
Either that or some sort of a CRISPR, especially when they're in a like a biofilm.
Or just like doing the statistic of engineering bacteria and releasing it into the population.
Yeah, it's not even that. Some people like, of course, like I work in the type 4 secretion system. So some people are trying to use the type 4 secretion system, the machinery that already exists to like, as you mentioned, to introduce that one cell that spreads the sensitivity to the antibiotics again. But I think this is all at the moment still in like, this is something we're trying kind of phase. It's not being properly attempted, but it's, as I said, it's like it's thinking differently from how we used to think of creating drugs. Is how,
and it's when I note about how complex biochemistry is and how we understand it very poorly is the parts of it you learned in school are like the parts of it we have a good understanding of, and very much allied how much when we get down to it, when we discuss biochemical processes that happen, how much we do like very well described step, and then something mysterious happens, very well described step.
yeah, very, very often that's the case. And you're like, and the reason why is because most of the time we don't have the correct equipment or the ability
and
to
this is with some very fundamental processes like when we get to the part of photosynthesis where it breaks down water, we don't know what the fuck it's doing. We don't know how that shit works.
It just does.
What's the black box in this diagram? We don't know, and we don't talk about
fixation too. We don't know how that works.
Yeah. So I feel like, but this is why I'm such a proponent of basic science, but unfortunately academia gets underfunded.
Hmm.
And then that is what, like, if you underfund academia, that's what causes that, like, it's like shooting yourself in the foot, um, for companies and countries, because you will
Yeah,
run
I
out
want
of
to
basic
stress,
research.
like you say that like we might run out of things to discover, as if we are like advanced in our understanding of
Yeah.
biochemistry and medicine. When again, I must stress they are incredibly primitive.
Yeah.
Mm.
They'll look
Mhm.
back in 100 years and go, wow, what were these Neanderthals doing?
Yeah, a couple centuries from now, people will look at modern medicine the way we look at alchemy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
like the way we look
that's
at them
yeah.
using a literal saw to hack someone's leg off without any sort of sterilization.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's already happening. At least, I mentioned before, my parents are surgeons, and through my mom's career from the beginning of the late '80s right up until now, she's retired now. But basically, she had to learn before how to do open surgery on, like, she's a urologist, so on kidneys and stuff. Now, ever since like the laparoscopy, which is like, I believe for those of you in childhood don't know, you like cut a little cut instead of opening your entire belly, and then you shove a camera and a little mechanical arm in there to do your surgery, and through that you do it, creating less damage to the body rather than just,
Hmm.
gutting the person. That completely, in her time, revolutionized the way they do medicine. So even like these small things has happened in a lifetime that if you think 200 or 300 years in the future, I have no freaking idea what could be possible. Like, sci-fi, that's why like sci-fi is so interesting, because technically you can, like, it has to be based in the science that exists now, but also I find it's a little bit more loose, because like some avenues can be like, I've heard, and I know, sorry, I'm rambling, but I heard that there's a weird thing like, it, Star Trek, they're the first ones, like first sci-fi that I'm aware of who had like iPads as a thing, and then
Hmm.
later on when the iPads came out, it's like we just made it happen. Of course, it's slightly different, but I find Star Trek was like the first sci-fi series that had the concept of iPads and like
You know, it's
virtual
funny
recall or
because
something.
like the iPad is just a PDA except marketed differently.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
Basically,
PDAs were like a thing for like well over a decade before then, and were featured in a lot of media and were never adopted just because they were never marketed right. And
mm.
Apple was just like, let's just call it an iPad instead and market it differently.
Mhm.
Now it's the one of the most used sort of pieces of tech for the various things. But yeah, I think this is a great place to sort of wrap this up. This was a really
Hmm.
fun discussion. I
With
enjoyed
our
myself a lot.
discussion about how little we actually understand about biochemistry.
That's science,
Yeah.
though. That's what you do. You
Yeah.
talk, you talk, you talk, and by the end of it, we still don't know shit. Okay, let's go home now.
Again, if you meet a scientist who claims they know it all or that they're the expert about something, take whatever they say with a grain of salt, because a real scientist goes, man, we don't know much.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay
It
to
depends on
say,
the field.
yeah,
A lot of physicists are really arrogant
yeah,
because especially when a lot of their like particular subfields we actually do have like a very good understanding.
I guess I should say the biological science.
yeah.
Is
I
that a better
find,
Yeah.
qualifier?
yeah,
It depends
it,
on but yeah, even then they should definitely be more drawing attention to the things they don't know, and it's just
yeah.
arrogance if
I
they
feel like
aren't.
to
Yeah.
say
But like it's
instead,
very
yeah.
characteristic of physicists to have that kind of arrogance though.
Hmm.
I feel like biologists, instead of saying you're an expert in a field, you say, I am very familiar
Yeah.
with this field.
Yes.
That is how
Yeah.
I always say it. I always say, I'm familiar with type 4 secretion systems. I'm familiar with cryo-EM, even though some people are like, no, you're an expert. I'm like, I am not. I am familiar with it. And, every time you say something, I always put a disclaimer like, not my research topic, but I heard somewhere, is this correct? Take it with a grain of salt. There we go. I think it's because there's so much like science misinformation in like media now that like, if you don't put this disclaimer on, I feel like some news like morning program is going to take that sentence out of your mouth and it's going to extrapolate it to crazy lengths, and you're like, that is not what I said. But they say scientists claim that this is this, and you're like,
But
oh god,
yeah,
oh god,
yeah,
no.
when you're in like anything related to biology or biochemistry, it is impossible to overstate how often you see phrases that basically translate to in slightly more complex vocabulary that basically translate to, and then something very mysterious happens.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And we'll figure it out one day, but we don't know it now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but in my undergrad, we've had this situation where somebody would like, ask a question in a lecture and they're like, we don't know yet, maybe you will find out the answer, and the student would be like, oh god, no.
Sounds like a good thesis project.
Yep.
Yeah, they're immediately like, good thesis project, go find that out, we don't know. It's pretty crazy. All right, thank you so much, gals. This was a lot of fun. Thank you, Vivi, for doing the tech at the beginning. I was really confused.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm super happy. If any of you guys in chats have any suggestions for any other, or you come upon other VTubers who'd love to talk about science, I'm thinking of maybe doing another one with like not just biologists, like having a chemist here, maybe a physicist that's not an arrogant physicist or something, just for those like a variety of questions, because I think this was quite fun. And if you guys want to do this again at any time, just pop me a message if you're feeling it.
Yeah, this was fun.
Yeah. Maybe if next time
it just got really hot in here, and I wasn't like really consciously noticing.
No,
and that plus my lack of eating lunch.
Maybe
really
I could try to structure it a little bit better for next time to have like less of a chaos, but the chaos is fun sometimes.
Yeah, I'm gonna like lay down after this.
Oh yeah,
Please feel better.
It's like 10 p.m. where I'm at, so I'm probably gonna go to bed. I'm still hungover from Friday, so fun time.
So do we want to rate anyone? Also, by the way, if
yes.
you're in my chat and you did not know yet, I have a Discord. Here's the link.
Lovely. Yes, I love new rate suggestions. So I'm okay rating whoever you guys want. If you have anybody you know, I'd like to follow new people. So, I usually ask chat if they know if anybody's streaming. But
yeah, my mod usually prepares about 10 minutes before I plan to end a list of people for me to rate out to.
Oh, that's cool. Is that what mods do? I'm kidding. I don't know. Yeah. So how does it work when you're kind of streaming together? Is it one person rates and everybody else just follows that, or everybody?
No,
like,
everyone needs to raid.
Yeah,
I see.
Separate.
Okay. Yeah.
just let me know who I'm fine following. Vivi. Is it
same.
Vivi or Vivi?
Vivi.
V. Okay. I should have asked that way at the beginning. Wow. We're about to end and I'm just now asking.
Kind of went with it.
Oh man.
You know what? Let's rate an archaeologist VTuber friend of mine.
Ooh.
Hey, let's do that. I love archaeology.
His name is
I love learning about
Royston
it.
VT.
Can
I'll post it
you?
in Discord.
Thank you.
Is that in Discord? Oh yeah. Lovely. Okay, I've started the raid. Thank you so much for coming to this impromptu thing. I was really nervous asking you guys, but I'm glad you guys agreed and we all did it. So yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Definitely I'm personally gonna try to arrange something more often like this. Not too often, because then I feel like my brain gets squeezed with science. So I'm like, okay, little breaks into some video games, but definitely maybe it'll become like a monthly or a regular thing. I don't know.
Maybe.
Amazing. All right, guys. Do you want to call one to raid? Are we all ready to go, or?
I'm ready.
I'm same ready to go.
All right, lovely. Thank you so much for coming, and let's raid this person. Bye.
Goodbye, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Goodbye.
Thanks so much for introducing